Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm learning this
My collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them.
You're using my One Piece books!
You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books!
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? Oh! We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade article from Fight.
Mob slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are strong in the...
Hello, everyone. Oh, damn. I got Vila to put us on, but the camera technicians are still working their magic. I don't really know what this... it has something to do with the... how you zoom, I think, and where the sharpness is. But it's being worked on. And we're getting ready to the fifth round of this Cracow Chess International with Alexandra on 3.5 points out of 4. Andrea is on 3 points out of 4. Good scores all around. Alexandra has her, what is it, 18 game unbeaten streak. Pretty impressive. Let's see if she can continue in the same vein. Today, Alexandra is playing Carol. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. But it is a game I think she has a great chance to win. So I'm looking forward to it. Don't forget your pot of tea. I mean, I am ready. I'm ready to go. Someone who's not ready to go, though, is Miss Andrea Botez. No Andrea in sight. Where is she? The round is about to start. It's 4 p.m. in Poland. And Alexandra already put her first move on the board, pawn to d4. And she's pulling a Magnus. Yeah. But the thing is, Magnus doesn't have to set up his camera when he arrives. So Magnus being late, it's still not good, but it's definitely more okay for him than for Andrea, who needs to make sure the camera is working out. Andrea is late. I'm shocked, says Paul. Yeah, I know. Big shocker all around. But what I'm thinking, what I'm the most kind of, what's kind of, someone else is sitting in Andrea's spot. Is Andrea not playing this round? Because the boys behind in Alexandra's camera, they're sitting on Andrea's spot. Have they sent me into this round without telling me Andrea is taking a bye? Oh my God, Andrea is not playing. How was I not in? I am the commentator. I cannot work under these conditions. Someone's got to tell me, dude, by the way, Andrea is not playing today. That seems like relevant information. Oh no, she is playing today. Yeah, okay, never mind. I don't know what's going on then. Oh, there she is. Okay, apparently there was a board in front of the boys in the background. My perspective for the depth is not great. That escalated quickly. I mean, that's what happens in my brain. From 0 to 100. Mostly in 0, but when it does go to 100, it goes very fast. Okay, never mind. Forget everything I said. Andrea is playing. She's having the white pieces. And there are people in chat who believes she will not play the London or the Jabava London. And I do think it's kind of rude that we have the same prediction over and over, basically just to farm channel points from the viewers who don't really watch that often. But I guess that's how it is. She's playing the same guy Alexandra played 2 rounds ago. Oh, really? Let me. Jakubiek. No, you are wrong. Alexandra definitely didn't play this guy. I think my memory is bad, but it's not that bad. I would remember. Jakubiek. Oh no, this is the guy Alexandra played. Damn it. First round? I did commentary first round, right? This is why my chess career is not working out that well anymore. My short-term memory is just non-existent. Bad memory, going blind. I mean, fortunately, I'm not going blind. But there are other mental deficiencies going on. Remembers 20 moves of prep, can't remember a face. Well, in my defense, that I believe is logical. Okay, knight to f6 played on Alexandra's board. And after pawn to c4, the guy who always plays pawn to e6, he's playing pawn to g6 instead. Alexandra's opponent coming in with a surprise here. Alexandra with knight to c3, bishop to g7, and pawn to e4. Wow, and Alexandra is not going for her normal same-ish. Pawn to d6 played. Oh no, she is going for her normal same-ish. No, she's not. She played knight to f3. I'm so confused. Why is she playing so quickly? This is not her normal way of playing in the King's Indian. Castles. Bishop to c. What? Maybe she is going for the same-ish. I need glasses. Oh yeah, no, she did go for the same-ish. I just saw something went to the f3 square. It was a pawn. But the pace at which Alexandra's opponent is playing is kind of intimidating. This dude is playing a different opening than he usually does. And Alexandra plays the way she has a habit of doing. And the guy's just blitzing out the moves. By the way, Jababa London on Andrea's board. Have your dirty channel points. So you scammers taking newbies' money. What are you going to do? Okay. The games have settled down a little bit. Andrea is playing her Jabava as normal. We have Benzea in chat. What is Benzea saying? He just said something is funny. Does he have any intel on Andrea's opening today? Castle on what move for Alexandra? I think that's a good prediction, Sepper. Especially since in the same-ish, you often don't castle very early at all. I will give a warning, though. Bensea's opening prep for Alexandra, which has been her staple with the white pieces. She's basically doing the hammer stuff with black, and then she's doing the Bensea stuff with white. And Bensea recommends castling to the queen side more earlier than what is normal in these variations. But right now, Alexandra is already on move 7. So maybe castles on or before 13, maybe I would do 13. Ooh, on or before move 15. I mean, that's I mean, she should castle by move 15, but you never know with her. Are you still helping Alexandra with her prep? Yeah, Timo. But unfortunately, today her opponent has gone in a different direction. In the database, he always played the Nimso Indian. And here he's played the King's Indian for the first time that we know of. Pawn to c6 in Andrea's game. Andrea's higher rated, right? Yeah. Andrea's going to take this guy down. She's vicious with the white pieces. I play the King's Indian, and in most variations, white castles short. Yeah, Paul. And if Alexandra castles short or to the king side, I think it's going to be more than 15 moves. But if she castles to the queen side, which is a common idea in her prep, then it will probably be before move 15. But that being said, black, it's easier for black to create an attack against the king if the king goes to the left side. So, and last time Alexandra played this opening, she did castle to the left, and it kind of caused some problems with her king safety. The advantage of castling to this side is that then you're free to just go gong-ho on the other side. Do we think we'll see some brilliancies in Andrea's game? We don't need brilliancies. We just need sensible play. That's all we're asking for. Do they ever play at the same table? We've had one Botez versus Botez game in their career. It happened earlier this year. You can go to YouTube to check out the video. Is Andrea playing the same player as Alexandra did in the previous round? Well, according to chat and according to the official website, the answer to that is yes. She's playing Alexandra's opponent from the first round. But I gotta be honest, I didn't recognize his name nor his face. So I cannot be a witness to the truth of that fact. Yeah, these opponents are both Polish. This guy is a vicious doppelganger with the same name, same face, but Hammer can sense the difference. Yeah, that's my special power. Okay, knight to c6. The good news about this position is that Alexandra reviewed these lines quite a lot in the past couple of months. But the bad news is she has not reviewed this for today's game. And like, I don't have memory for faces, but I do have memory for chess moves. And even I can't remember what she was supposed to do here. I'm guessing she's supposed to castle, but not sure. If castle, I kind of like e5 for black. This feels kind of good for black to me. I guess we take, and go king b1 and try and go knight d5 ASAP. Yeah, maybe this is okay for white. It's a very double-edged position. Both players have access to an amazing square in the opponent's camp. Pawn storm incoming. I mean, it would be very much in Alexandra's style to just start running with the pawn, but we probably need to tuck the king away. We actually talked about this. The previous game Alexandra had, she in this line, or the most recent one, she absolutely. Oh, actually, you might. Benzea might have been talking about Andrea's game. Both girls are actually preparing right now to push their pawns forward on the king side. Pawn to f3 from Andrea. The idea behind this is taking control of the g4 square and to push the pawns afterwards. Although normally you only go pawn to f3 if the bishop comes in and provokes, and then you go marching on. Going bishop f5 then f3 feels wrong to me, because it feels like black saved a move compared to having first gone forward then stepping back. We'll see how it works out. At least Andrea has a very clear plan in mind. Would it be bad etiquette to write down some of your opponent's moves with question marks to try and put them off? It's a bit iffy, no? Just the fact that you felt the need to ask the question probably tells me you know deep down that that didn't really sound like the most sporting thing to do. but probably you're not going to get disqualified for it. Wesley So, there was a big scandal in the US Championship just a couple of years ago where Wesley So was forfeited. He lost a game because he was scribbling motivational notes on his score sheet. And it says in the rules you're not supposed to write notes on your score sheet, but like, come on. Chris Bird he's not like my favorite arbiter, but he's the one I tolerate the most. But I think he messed up big time there. He told Wesley, if you don't stop writing your notes, I'm gonna forfeit you. And then Wesley just continued. And I told Chris, I think there's no way you should be forfeiting people for stuff that happens off the board. But he said, I can't make empty threats. If I said I was gonna do it, I have to do it. Which I understand that, but then you shouldn't have made the threat, the ultimatum to begin with. Alexandra Castles on move 9. But in my defense, I did warn you that castling was a typical move in her prep. But I will say, maybe she's listening to coach a bit more. Just a little bit more. Getting her king to safety earlier than what's normal. Was this conversation public? It was on Twitter. I expressed my opinion on Twitter. Castling is overrated. Well, the thing about castling here is that you're castling into the side of the board where black is already trying to attack you. So it's definitely a risky strat. But if it works out, if you can tuck your king away here and then start your counterattack on the opposite flank, it's going to work wonders. And the last game Alexandra played in this line, she absolutely destroyed this really talented young kid. I think it was in the Sardinia tournament. Okay, here goes Andrea. Let's go. The pawn storm on its way. No choice really for this black bishop. It's going to have to retreat. And then booyah. Both pawns joining the attack, but also trying to run further forward and trap the black bishop. Castling super late is also a tactic. Yeah, yesterday, Andrea castled on move 27. To be fair, I wasn't really a fan of the move, but you got to admire the commitment to supporting your sister against the early castling crusade. Botez, congrats with the 54 months. Imagine being a long-time Botezlive viewer, missing a few months, seeing Alexandra back-to-back castling within move 10 and accept a draw when she's slightly worse. Yeah, no, but so you're forgetting the most obvious thing. Imagine being a Botezlive viewer coming back to the stream and realizing Alexandra is on an 18-game unbeaten streak. I mean, those other things are surprising as well, but which one is really the biggest surprise? Okay. Alexandra recaptures in the center with her knight. And black captures on d4. Very controversial move, in my opinion. Here, black's knight has some influence in towards the center. Yes, white has a well-placed piece here, but at least black is putting pressure in towards it. After the trade, Alexandra will be able to recapture with her bishop. The bishop is well placed, and black no longer has any influence towards what's going on in the middle of the board. I am not a big fan of that move. Computer thinks it's fine for black, though. I think we're about to go into an endgame, and I don't hate that for Alexandra, because also for the long lost Botez viewers, she's winning like 4 endgames in a row. Alexandra is now the endgame maestroette. Is that a word? I mean, let's make it one. Every word was spoken for the first time at some point. Be ambitious, people. What does it say on your cup? St. Louis Chess Club. I got it for free. I'm a sucker for free stuff. Okay, bishop to e6. Black is targeting our pawn on c4. I want to go knight to d5 here. Although, damn it, earlier this tournament, I did warn Alexandra against playing knight to d5. I hope she doesn't listen to me. But the thing about knight to d5 is that if you do that, the queen can capture the pawn on a2. So you can't really do it right now. Computer thinks this is better for white. Ooh, this is pretty cool. Pressure in towards the king. A bit of a shocker. Anyway, in general, you are concerned about losing pawns close to your king. And I do feel like we talked to Alexandra in the past about the importance of getting the king away from the open file as quickly as possible. And that's what she did. She listens. She's learning from her previous play. And now we have an interesting situation. Black is going to use a rook to attack the pawn on c4. But the question then becomes, which pawn? Oh God, there's so many moves on Andrea's board as well. Okay, Andrea's opponent goes h6, creates an escape for the bishop if she chooses to continue forward to attack. Andrea now chooses to challenge the black bishop because the bishop no longer has the protection of the pawn. So normally black, if Andrea goes bishop out first, then black doesn't mind the trade because any trade will lead to the rook getting an open file and being active along the h file. But because Andrea first went h4, forcing black to go forward with the pawn to create that escape for the bishop, now Andrea can go for the bishop trade, and now her opponent can't really allow this because he can't have the benefit of opening up for his rook. So now black has to trade, but that allows the white queen to get into a good position. After that, black tries to go for a bishop trade. Andrea comes in with her knight to defend that. Knight to a6 sees the knight trying to move up and attack the queen. And Andrea has a pleasant choice of either playing a3 just to prevent that idea and keep this knight out of play on the edge of the board. But she can also just ignore it. Castling here, knight comes forward, the queen has a retreat, doesn't really matter. If the queen tries to come in to attack, oh, well, then this guy is, yeah. So Andrea is doing very well, and based on her pace, I would say she might still even be in her preparation. Computer is really liking her position. In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has to decide which rook do you move to the c8 square to attack the pawn on c4. And this is incredibly important. One rook is, I think, basically losing immediately, and the other rook is completely fine for black. Rook A to c8 is a very bad move. The reason is now Alexandra can go knight to d5, opening up an attack against the queen. And after the queens are traded, we do not have to recapture the queen. Instead, we can do an intermediate move, an intermezzo, a Zwischenzug, and go knight takes e7. Because it's a check, black can't defend their queen in the meantime. The king has to hide in the corner. We recapture the queen, and we're up a pawn, and we've damaged the pawn structure, and white is doing very, very well. But if black uses the other rook to make that same attack, now knight to d5 is much less effective. Once again, we offer the trade between the queens, but if the trade is accepted, we cannot use our intermezzo on this occasion. Because now if the knight comes in to give a check on the king has this f8 square. That's why it was so important for the f8 rook to move away so that that square is cleared for the king. The king is attacking our knight, but we can't defend the knight right now because we have to prioritize recapturing the black queen. And in this situation, then black is up a knight and wins the game. So big moment in the game. And here I think it's important to remind everyone that Alexandra's opponent is not in the habit of playing this King's Indian opening. He normally plays the Nimzo, but he thought he could go into Alexandra's territory, prepare something there, and take her down. And that is a legit strat. Sometimes it works. But here he may suffer from not being acquainted with the nuances of the position because he hasn't played similar situations previously. And he might end up using the wrong rook as a consequence of that. Is this a King's Indian turned a dragon? I mean, normally in the accelerated dragon where the Maroxy set up, that's the name of this pawn formation. In the Maroxy pawn formation, white usually castles kingside. So even if you were to say that this has become like a accelerated dragon kind of thing, then it would still be incredibly weird for the white king to be on this side of the board. So I'm going to say, no, it's not really a transposition to the dragon because the king wouldn't be here in the dragon. They are in an under 2,200 league. Yes. Only players below 2,200 allowed in their group. Andrea, it's very strange that Andrea is playing this low rated of an opponent. With 3 points out of 4, Andrea has actually had a great tournament so far. But so has her opponent. Her opponent also won 3 points out of 4. He's won every single one except against the great Botez in the first round. And poor guy, he could end up having an amazing performance after 5 rounds, but being defeated by the Botezes twice. Morisi, he has beaten a 1600 and two 1800s. So he already beat 2 players who are way higher rated than him. He's going for a third in a row with Andrea. But as far as the opening has started out, I don't think he's going to win this. Andrea has a great position. And frankly, she's already prepared to continue pushing her pawns forward. Pawn to g5 next for Andrea will cause a lot of problems. And also pawn to e4 is a good move. So Andrea has multiple good plans to push her pawns further forward since she has completed the development of her pieces. And there's already connection between her rooks. She castled her king. Her opening has been exemplary so far. I love it when Hammer misses moves on the board, but I'm being so good right now. It's a fair thing to say, but not when I'm actually fully updated. Anyone know Alexandra's alive Elo? Yes, I do. Or, well, that's not entirely true. But the results page this tournament uses, the chess manager software, it actually gives you live updates on the rating changes. So Alexandra's rating right now is 2019. She has gained 8 rating points so far. I can post the link in the chat. It doesn't include Charlotte though. Oh, damn it. I'm still not accustomed to them playing 2 tournaments in 1 month. Yeah, no, okay. Everything I said was wrong. She also gained points in the US tournament she won. So it becomes a very tricky calculation to make. Chess Manager sounds like a fun game. I'm sure that would be a fun game, but you know what actually will be a fun game and that actually will happen? Chess Manager is a bit of a fever dream, but the chess PvP RTS game being developed by Alexandra's company, that is very, very real. And they're looking for beta testers. It may be chess themed, but in a market research so far, it's actually been RTS players and PvP players who have enjoyed it the most. There's a link right now in chat where you can sign up to be part of the testing crew to make sure that the game is the best that it can be when it's released. How do I become a beta tester? Link in the chat right now. It's going to be enjoyed by chess people, I'm sure. But it's actually scoring just as well with the real-time strategy gamers and the player versus player competitors. Do you have to be from the US to beta test? No, Rafa. They'll take any old scrub. How do I do work for free? I mean, yeah. At the same time, all the games that computer games I play, it's still kind of work. My favorite comment about computer games is that there's this meme about Football Manager and girls discovering how their boyfriends are playing that game. And it's like, so it's just full of numbers and spreadsheets and doing the same thing over and over and over. So they're basically working. Is this what boys like? Work? And I can confirm, yes. You're too old to play computer games? I am not. How old do you think I am, dude? No one's too old, to be fair. But at this point, we've gotten pretty far into the new millennia. At this point, who's too old? Like the 95-year-olds? $60 is not too old for computer games. Are you kidding me? Maybe 90. Isn't 30-year-olds the biggest base for gaming? I mean, the game producers, developers, they love their people with disposable income. Oh my God. They go crazy for that shit. My dad is 83 and still gaming. Let's go. Can us oldies still improve? Kevin, I would say yes. I think one of the main problems in chess improvement is available spare time. And in that regard, I do feel like the oldies have a lot of untapped potential for improvement. Their brain might be a little slower, but they have way more time to train. Opposing forces, maybe, but I would say the extra training should outweigh whatever sort of slight mental decline. Update the board. It is updated. What are you guys on about? Wait, are moves being made that I'm not catching? I'm only watching on the live broadcast thing. Oh God, moves are coming in. Ooh, but it's not being registered by the boards. That's not great. Okay, I'll have to zoom in. In Andrea's game, her opponent played queen to e7 after he first traded bishops. So trade of bishops, this is nice for Andrea because it allows her to get her knight even higher up on the board. And then queen to e7 tells me black is pretty desperate to get the king out on the same side where Andrea has her king. And then the question is, can Andrea strike before then? And I'm going to say, yes, she can. Pawn to g5. It looks like a great move. Okay, computer hated that. Why would computer hate that? This looks great. Okay, but pawn to e4 also looks nice. So one of these pawn pushes is what Andrea is going to consider now. On Alexandra's board, stuff has happened without the board registering it. Ooh. Alexandra's opponent did play the right rook to c8. So he passed the first hurdle. Maybe he is more into this King's Indian than we first expected. And then, incredibly controversially, Alexandra has voluntarily given away her best placed piece in the center of the board, and the only piece she has that's controlling the dark squares. She put all her pawns on the light squares, making her dark squared bishop the most important piece, and she just gave it away. And she knows I'm watching. I thought the fact that they knew I was doing commentary meant that they were more respectful of their bishops. But I think we can very clearly state that that's not a thing. Black is going to play bishop recaptures, after which Alexandra's plan is to go knight to d5, attacking the bishop, but also attacking the queen. In the meantime, speaking of attacking, Andrea does go pawn to g5. It looks like a good move to me. Computer is not super happy, but we can't placate everyone. If black trades these pawns, then it's over. The white rooks will invade along the edge of the board. So black is going to have to move the knight. So I guess the knight goes back. And then Andrea is just going to continue forward, the bulldozer she is. And then if pawn to f6, now Andrea can push forward in the center. Boom. There's going to be so much pressure here through the middle. I'm kind of liking what Andrea is doing. I'm hating what Alexandra is doing, by the way. Bishop takes knight, definitely not a approved move. But at least it got her opponent thinking. Bishop takes back on f6, then knight to d5 is the idea. But here's the problem. Yeah, we open up an attack against the black queen, but after queen takes queen and knight takes bishop, the idea here is that when black recaptures, black loses out on the protection of the pawn in the center of the board, and then white is better in the endgame. But here, black doesn't necessarily need to make the capture. Instead, knowing that the knight cannot move next because white has to recapture the black queen, black can go king to g7. We have no choice but to recapture the queen. And then the king is able to capture the knight. And here black has the superior position as a result of the more active king. And also not just the active king, but also notice how black's pawns are on controlling the dark squares. while white's pawns are controlling the light squares, but in doing so, they're also kind of standing in the path of white's bishop. On the other hand, if we get the pawn to f4, maybe that's fine. It's going to be an interesting game. What I am liking about this is that we are going into an endgame. And Alexandra has been fantastic in the endgames so far this tournament. Knight h5 can also mess the pawns up. Okay, so we have some advanced chatters, and they need to be put down. Okay, knight to d7 was played, and Andrea quite quickly pawn to g6. I'm liking what Andrea's doing. She's doing what I would do. Put down the chatters, yeah. So after bishop takes knight, bishop recaptures, knight to d5, attacks here, trade between queens, knight takes f6. Some chatters after king to g7, they think they're so big-brained and that they understand everything and that I'm making shortcuts in my commentary. And they're like, no, you can still go knight to h5 check. And the knight can be captured, but then black still has broken pawns. Number one, I mean, if black doesn't want the broken pawns, you can still just follow with the king and recapture with the king. But the thing is, if we just take the knight and then the recapture, remember what started this whole thing to begin with? It was the pressure black put against the c4 pawn. And here, since the knight has already been captured, we don't need to waste a move with the king capturing the knight. So here, black is just free to take the pawn. And black has good chances to win because they have an extra pawn. So it was a fair suggestion, but there was a reason I didn't talk about it. Because it's just a bad move. And knight to e8. Oh, okay. So knight to e8 is actually a good move. And the reason for that is that if we take the queen and king takes, then both the king and the rook are in good positions. The king is very central, and the rook is targeting the pawn. And then knight to e8, the idea behind this is that if the rook takes the knight, then rook takes queen. And now if you compare this to the other scenario that could happen, then black's king is one step further back. So knight to e8 actually is the best move in this position, but I didn't mention it because, you know, I don't want to overwhelm you with all the nuances of chess thinking. But Alexandra's opponent is still thinking. You didn't see it? I did see it, Danny. But it was such a minuscule difference. I didn't want to get bogged down into talking about it. Nuances. I mean, if you're unhappy with my pronunciation of nuances, you can at the very least know that in Europe, we have better systems than ounces and pounds. We got stuff divisible by 10. You should check it out sometime. Milliliters, deciliters, grams, kilos, tons. You know how many kilos are in a ton? 1,000. You know how many pounds are in a stone? imperial system catching strays. The thing I don't like about the whole catching strays thing that's popularized on the internet is that sometimes people use it for when I'm specifically targeting a certain thing. That is not me catching strays. That is me aiming with archer-like precision and hitting bullseye. Catching aims. Yeah. Doesn't have the same schwung though. Is that a Norwegian word or do you say that in English as well? I should stop saying it. I said it yesterday and I kind of got on with it. I'm gonna say no, that's not a word. I wonder where we borrowed it from. Ah, schwung is spelled with a CH. Enough said. It's probably from German. Oh, an English slang term for a male's pee-pee. Okay, I should definitely stop using that then. That's not what it means in Norwegian, that's for sure. A Martian with a 50 gifted. Wow. Thank you. I'll work on my vocabulary in your honor. A 100 gifted. Oh, I missed the first one. My bad. Thank you so much, Martian. Alexandra looks like she wants to be somewhere else already. I mean, but her incredible pace has been kind of paying off, though. Is Dina playing this tournament too? No. Probably a very drawish endgame soon. I'm not sure. Since Alexandra's opponent is still thinking, it kind of suggests to me that he's not an endgame kind of guy. And he does have the option here of recapturing with the pawn. It does create a major weakness of the black pawn on d6. But at the same time, you then have the potential of having your bishop point down towards the white king without white having a natural opponent to that. So after pawn takes, knight up, you can go queen back. And you can try to open up here for the bishops. But then Alexandra will start attacking, and it would be a very exciting game. But after consideration, Carol has decided to take with the bishop. Knight to d5 played quickly by Alexandra. And now queen takes queen, and Alexandra with the Zwischenzug. And he recaptures. Alexandra takes the bishop, check on the king, and her opponent does not move the king up. Instead, he recaptures the knight that gave the check, but in doing so, no longer defends the pawn on d6. I think this is great for Alexandra. This has given her an advantage going into the endgame. After rook takes queen, she has that easy pressure against the pawn on d6. Eternal weakness, Botez. Since you're having a month anniversary kind of thing, I guess it's not called an anniversary if it's a month. But anyway, I'll let you go with this one, but I will mention that the eternal weakness of which you speak may last for 2 moves. Because there is a chance here that Alexandra's opponent captures the white pawn that he aimed in towards. And then after the trade, Alexandra is down a pawn, but she'll capture the black pawn and make a threat. But yeah, that also does mean that in this variation, the so-called eternal weakness disappeared 2 moves later. And this could be part of the reason why black will go for this variation. Because black realizes that if he now tries to defend this pawn, then Alexandra will just defend hers. And here, this guy will be dependent on having the king close by for the rest of the game. And that's going to keep that king doing a task that it might feel overqualified for. So it's tempting to just go for the trades. But if you do go for the trades, I think Alexandra will benefit because her rook is more dangerous at the moment. And if the king comes to defend, Alexandra can go for the trade between the rooks. And after the trade, white has a much better king placement in the center of the board. And black's king cannot reroute because you always have to stand here protecting the pawn. And then Alexandra can gradually try and improve her pawns up the board. And black can never really use their rook for an attack because then, okay. Well, say we go pawn to a4 here, and then black's rook can never kind of go into an attacking position because the rook is going to come in and go after black pawns. White has a much easier draw. That's not the phrasing I would use. But white has a much easier game and risks nothing and also has a good chance to win in the endgame. Like 25% chance of winning, 75% chance of draw, 0% chance of losing. We would take those odds, I think. He castled. Oh, so no pawn to f6, instead castling on the board. Computer once again agreeing that Andrea has a good position, but we were never in doubt at any point, really. And what I like for Andrea now is to make the trade. And then something Andrea is never, ever, ever going to do, but I feel obliged to mention it because I think it's the best move. Queen to g6. The queen attacks the black queen and the black pawn at the same time, forcing black to go for the trade. And then after the trade, this knight is incredibly strong. Attacking the rook can centralize. Black is trying to go pawn to e5 to kind of free up their pieces. And then Andrea can just go pawn to f4 and say, no, 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 no. You're not getting pawn to e5. You're not opening up for your own rooks. Instead, my knight is completely dominating the options for your rooks. And in the next kind of couple of moves, white is just gonna double the rooks. And there's not really that much black can do to defend the pawn in the long term. This pawn is in massive danger here. But the reason I say I'm not sure Andrea is going to do this is because she is more of a bang kind of player instead of an endgame specialist. That being said, Andrea did win an endgame yesterday, and she has seen Alexandra's success without the queens on the board. So let's see if she can do it. Queen to g6 is by far the best move. But it means you have to accept the trade of queens. Why are times not being shown? The relay from Poland broke, unfortunately. Andrea played something else. Oh, did she already play? Oh, yeah. Yeah, she played. Wait, what did she do? Oh, she didn't make the trade. Never mind. She didn't make the trade. She played pawn to e4. But now, unfortunately, black has the opportunity to push back with the pawn in the center, causing extreme chaos. After pawn to e5 now, the pawn is attacking here and here and here. And there's the threat here, long term. Takes, moves. Now, black can capture here, but white can capture here. And there's also the two pawns in the middle up against each other. This is very spicy. And I'm seeing some variations now, like here, this would be interesting. Ah, no, but you're not winning. I thought this is a nice fork, but it doesn't work. Yeah, the position is about to be a gigantic mess. And also, if queen to f6, attacking both the knight and the pawn, the knight has to be defended, but then you lose your pawn. Ooh, but then pawn to e5, and you open up for the queen again. And now you get kind of like an improved version. Actually, I'm not sure it's an improved version, but it's kind of the same thing as we had earlier with the queen trade. Okay, very, very interesting stuff going on in Andrea's game. Lots of pawn tension at the moment, and there could be even more, as I feel like the most likely black move is to push forward in the center. In the meantime, I'm going to zoom in on the clocks because Alexandra's opponent has been thinking quite a lot for the last couple of moves. He is down to 47 minutes against Alexandra's 85. Alexandra has a 35-minute time advantage right now. And her opponent did just make a bit of an inaccuracy in the trades going into the endgame. If he truly is 1600, he would never play e5 because he's too scared of the calculations. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's your level that determines whether you want to create chaos. It's more about your style. Do you enjoy chaos? Then what rating you are doesn't really prevent you from initiating it. But also keep in mind that this guy has beaten two 1800s back to back. His rating might be 1600, but he's playing at a higher level than that this tournament. In your opinion, how many games are won by you playing well versus the opponent making mistakes? In general, every human player makes mistakes. So I would say reasonably often games are decided by you playing well. Because in order to win a game of chess, your opponent has to make a mistake. And that sounds more bleak than it actually is. Because the truth is, humans are unable to play perfect chess, like not even close. As in Magnus Carlsen, the greatest player we have, makes tons of mistakes every game. So I would say that you have quite a bit of influence over your, like, that you playing well plays just as big of a part as your opponent making mistakes. If both players play perfect, then it's most likely a draw. Daystars, are you a mathematician? Most likely a draw. That feels like what a mathematician would say. If both players play perfectly, it is a draw. And the only guys who wouldn't say it's a draw is the ones who say, nah, that's not proven definitively. But 99.99999999999% we understand enough of chess at this point to know that one starting move difference is not enough to win the game if you play a perfect one. Major blunder alert. Pawn to f5 played on Alexandra's board. I don't know if that was the blunder alert, because frankly, it's a very good move. It's a very good move. It's an annoyingly good move. Alexandra would like to play bishop to d3 here. The idea being that if pawn takes, we get to activate our bishop, make a threat in towards black's position. And then if black protects, we can protect our pawn. And then afterwards, we have this easy pressure towards black's weakness in the center. The concern, however, is that after bishop to d3, black can go pawn to f4. And this is something where you should be very, very, very careful strategically. Because black is now not too far away from getting the king to a square where white is no longer able to kick the king away. That's the benefit of getting this pawn to the f4 square. It means that white cannot move their pawn there, which in turn means that white cannot control this central square with a pawn. And should black be able to get the king up here, black will have an incredibly well-centralized king. It's impossible to chase the king away, and black can then try to expand pawns on both sides, and the king would also defend your main weakness. So I really don't want to allow this. Like, really, really don't want to allow this. Which doesn't leave us with much of a choice. I'm obviously not going to allow black to capture the pawn on e4, because then I get an isolated pawn in the center, and then going into this endgame, you can see that this makes a huge difference. The fact that this pawn now is undefended, if we compare it to black just capturing the pawn immediately, Like here, this pawn would be part of a pawn chain with the pawns defending each other up the board. But with the addition of this f5 move, that changes completely. So I don't want to allow this. I don't want to play this. And then we don't really have much of a choice. We're going to have to take. And then after the bishop recapture, we can't block with our bishop because then it would just be trades. And like this would just be a draw. We had an advantage here when black had doubled pawns and we had a central pawn. But here there's just nothing. So going into this, we need to make a decision. Do we go to the corner or do we go in voluntarily into the rook's pressure? I guess we have to go into the corner. Yeah, maybe this is fine for Alexandra, but I'm a bit concerned about moves like pawn to b5. Because we can't capture this because of the checkmate. Maybe we can go something like pawn to b3. And then if there's a trade here, white would be much better because we have that long-term plan of targeting the pawn in the center. Quite interesting position. Alexandra does develop. I guess we can't really criticize her for developing because it's not necessarily something we've been able to take for granted from her in the past. But I'm very, very, very concerned about this pawn to f4 move now. Because then black's pawns will find dark squares to stand on, which complements their light squared bishop very well. And Alexandra will end up in a situation where her pawns, to a very large degree, is preventing the bishop from being the best bishop it can be. But she is keeping a very strong time advantage. And the relay from Poland is up again. So we turned on the clocks and Alexandra has a 40-minute time advantage. So she's really, really putting that strong pressure on the clock. Keep in mind, Alexandra's opponent is rated basically the same as she is. So if she wins this one, that's 10 rating points straight into the bank. So this is one of those super important games because they are so evenly matched in the ratings. Okay. In the meantime, in Andrea's game, her opponent has gone for the double attack against the knight and against the pawn. If Andrea moves her queen over to defend the knight, then she will lose her pawn. Arguments can be made that Andrea will benefit from the opening of this G file and can use her rooks to attack there. But I think the easiest thing altogether is just don't use the queen, use the knight. Why not? We have the knight available. The knight can defend its buddy. And then if black tries to take the pawn, then pawn to e5 opens up an attack against the queen, but also opens up for the white queen to attack the pawn. And then Andrea doesn't lose a pawn at all. He must have spent 15 minutes on his hair compared to 5 like yesterday. Wow. But yeah, it's inhuman not to, right? But I did consider the comments being made about my hair, and I made sure to go fix it up before the stream. You guys have made me vain. Do you think this song is about you? Are we playing music in the background? Have we always done that? No, never mind. Hammer plays too much chess to get movie references. I don't know. I'm okay with movie references, I think. Maybe it was just a really old movie that I don't know. Maybe it was a pretty recent movie that I don't know. Could be. But it's more likely that you guys are old than me. Your hair is looking kind of gray. Oh, my baby sister. Oh, she revels in the opportunity to point out my gray hairs. Oh, there's a little one here. You bet when the tables are turned, she's not going to enjoy that one bit. But yeah, I can sympathize with the Botez struggle. The little sisters. They're a nuisance. How many moves made in the games? Andrea is thinking about her move 16. And on her move 16 yesterday, she had like 30 minutes less than today. So she's had a great pace. So Andrea is up. I didn't even realize that until now. Andrea is up 20 minutes. I mean, you guys in chat talking about Alexandra being up 40 minutes. She's been up 40 minutes basically every game so far. That doesn't really surprise me. But Andrea being up 20 minutes at this stage, like it's not even the first time she's up 20 minutes. She's been up 20 minutes 3 times already this tournament, but normally not this early in the game. Oh, never mind. The clock's just corrected. And apparently she's only up 15. I got tricked by the tech. Alexandra's up 50. Ah, so the clocks are not accurate because they went down earlier. That makes sense. Alexandra 123, her opponent at 35. Oh no, those clocks are right. That being said, I don't like Alexandra's latest move. And when you do make a mistake, it does kind of increase the likelihood of you having to spend more time later on to kind of correct your stuff. You haven't talked about Andrea's move. I have, but I talked about it earlier because this was my suggestion. When she's playing my suggested moves, I don't really feel like I need to elaborate too much because I kind of assumed you listened to me the first time round. That being said, the computer didn't like this move. Computer was unhappy, but I don't really understand why. It has to be, if this move is bad, it has to be because of pawn to e5. pawn to e5 is tricky because it just creates complete chaos with all the pawns in the center up against each other. But then after takes, I feel like we analyzed this earlier. And then queen up. Okay, queen over here. No. It's not liking any of the queen moves. That's a big concern. Actually, now I realize why. After queen to e3, I thought it would be nice to try and put pressure down towards the a7 pawn. But here, knight to c4 is kind of annoying. Because suddenly, black is threatening checkmate and threatening the queen. Although there the computer is liking white. Because we can block and go for the queen trade. There's still these pawns and these pawns looking at each other. Andrea's position is tremendously complicated. But what a great moment to be up on time. Having to deal with all of these calculations. It's nice to have that extra 15-minute. Although whenever Andrea spends a lot of her time, she does tend to kind of lose track and get in her own head a little bit. But yeah, very, very interesting struggle. If pawn takes pawn, then Andrea is winning. Like, this is so overwhelming. Opening up for the queen to come in to recapture here. And we talked about earlier how effective it would be to get this knight to the g6 square. And then you can just get both of your rooks working and targeting the pawn behind the knight. So this would just be tremendous for her. If black wants to be in this game, he has to go pawn e5. It's pretty much the only move to give a fighting chance, in my opinion. Oscar, Alexandra is the closest in her game. Alexandra is on move 17. But the discussion for more time after 40 moves, this is too soon. They only played for an hour and a half. We usually don't open the more time discussion until at least 2.5 hours. Alexandra looks bored. I mean, if she's bored, she can spend some more time calculating. Like, that seems very much like her own fault when she's blitzing out every single move. If she wants to think about chess moves, if that's less boring, then she's very welcome to do so. Okay, I'm going to take a little break. But we'll be back with more action and more moves when the opponents start getting into time trouble. Both Botez girls are quick on their feet, but also quick in their hands this tournament. And it means that the first couple of hours are a bit slow, just waiting for the opponents to make their decisions. But it does also mean that it's a good moment for a break. And okay, never mind. Pawn to e5 played. That being said, the break could still very much happen. Because right now, this is going to be incredibly chaotic. And I would be surprised if Andrea makes a move here within 10 minutes. There's just too much to calculate. The pawn is attacking the knight. That is the primary concern. If the knight moves, the queen will be able to capture the pawn and attack the knight. Well, actually, this move is pretty easy. Andrea doesn't really have a choice. If she moves the knight back, she's going to lose the pawn. So she has no choice but to take the black pawn. No choice. And then that allows black to activate his knight. The knight then attacking the queen, attacking the pawn. But the queen can counter against black's pawn. And then also there's the issue with the two pawns in the center of the board. Someone's going to spend a lot of time here. I guess it's going to be Andrea, but it's not going to be on this move. She doesn't really have a choice at this point. She has to take. And then black is obviously going to recapture. And here, Andrea has a very difficult decision on where to put the queen. In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has not played pawn to f4. And I'm going to say this is a big mistake. Maybe pawn to f4 was a good move, but all the other moves were kind of bad moves. So pawn to f4, I feel like, was necessary. Now, after pawn takes, Alexandra gets an incredible positioning for her bishop in the middle of the board. She's threatening the pawn on b7, and she's threatening the pawn on d6, and she's getting ready to get her next rook into the game. So I'm a big fan of this development. Black goes rook takes on c4. Is it really that easy? Alexandra has a pleasant choice here. She can take the pawn on d6, but it's kind of, this pawn is a major weakness that white can target anyway. So I like what Alexandra just did. She kind of takes the best protected pawn. And now after she captures this pawn on b7, both the black pawn on a7 and the pawn on d6, they're both isolated. They cannot be protected by other pawns. And for that reason, black is going to need to put their rook in a very defensive situation to make sure the pawn isn't captured. And even then, Alexandra has easy pressure on her next move. And in addition, Alexandra has, oh my God, it's going to be an hour. Right now, she's 57 minutes ahead on the clock. But judging from the pace, the last couple of moves, it's going to be an hour. And Alexandra, game after game after game, she's using this same strat, playing very quickly, but kind of stressing out the opponents in doing so. One hour advantage is nuts. It's pretty significant, Tony. Koala asks, are all chess tournaments this long in terms of the game and the clock, or are there blitz tournaments as well? There are blitz tournaments, but most of them are going to be online, and there's a certain je ne sais quoi about playing over the board. It feels more serious to some degree. But chess online is still chess. Support our sponsor. But there, I don't know. Chess IRL, it has its charms. And that is what the girls have been focusing on for their tournament arc of the streaming career. Fancy hammer. Americans saying fancy hammer because I use a French phrase don't realize that we're from Europe. We speak many languages, French and German and English. It's a very common phrase, that too. Touche. Very good, Jason. Very good. That was the best comeback under the circumstances. Okay, I'm going to take this break now. Your French is quite well. Gracias. Gracias, amigo. Comment ça va? Ich habe einen Staubsauger an der Kesse. Arrascha. The two phrase words, those I'm good with. Formulating sentences, not so much. Okay, we got to move. I'll do that before my break. We didn't get to the 1 hour official time advantage. Although we could still get there. Bishop, check on the king. King doesn't really have much of a choice. Moves into the corner. Ooh, but I'm not sure I like this. Because now Alexandra can retreat her bishop to the d5 square and kick the rook at the same time. But on the other hand, there are some ideas for black to make a back rank checkmate. Yeah, double-edged idea with the bishop move. Loses control of the d5 square, but at the same time, creates some checkmating ideas against the king. The king now port control of the c2 square and the c1 square, and you could see black probably trying to get their rook up and try and target the pawns on the king's side. Andrea still hasn't made this trade, by the way. I just forgot to revert to the current position. But she has to make the trade, so we were kind of assuming it would be played soon enough. And now, officially, Alexandra is up a full hour on the clock. So, yeah. Carol is going to feel the pressure in this game. There's no doubt about that. Did we get any moves? A couple. Rook to b8 attacks the bishop. Bishop moves back, counterattacks the rook. Makes sense to me. Rook steps back. And now pawn to b3, which this pawn move has two ideas. The most obvious one is that the king is trying to get out of the corner. But also now, after rook to c8, Alexandra can go bishop c4. And she's going to use this pawn to be protecting the bishop so that the bishop can block the rooks from entry. Because if this rook can make it to the c2 square, that is somewhat of a concern. And we would like to avoid that if possible. No, I like this. She's playing well, and she's playing so quickly as well. 1 hour, 3 minute time advantage now. Okay, in the meantime, in Andrea's game, she did capture on e5. The knight comes forward. And Andrea now has a really, really difficult choice about where to put the queen. And there's pros and cons for everything. But I'm starting to think maybe queen to c3 is the one I like the most. Because now we're targeting the king and we're targeting all of this stuff. And we don't have to be afraid of pawn takes pawn on the side of the board, because then we can capture in the center, and we can even do it like in a fancy fashion. We can also do it old school. Okay, and we can also do it with the knight. The point of all these captures is that black cannot recapture due to the pressure the queen has down towards the king. So this pawn's protection of its buddy in the center is really an illusion at this point. So we don't have to be scared about this pawn, but how about this one? If there's a capture in the center, I want to take a lesson from the previous variation and just complete mayhem this situation with the move knight to d5. The knight is attacking the queen. And if the queen takes the pawn, then we can go with a fork. And Andrea has played queen c3. I'm very happy with this. I think this is a super tricky move. And also the fact that she made the decision reasonably quickly is a very good sign. She's feeling good about some of the tricks she has available to her. So I think pawn takes pawn has to be the critical. I guess he could also go knight to c7 with the idea that now there's the queen is not pointing down towards the king in such a problematic fashion. Ooh, but that being said, now pawn takes pawn is just an issue. Apparently it's not an issue. What about knight to h5? Then we can attack the queen, and if the queen takes the pawn, then we can take the knight. Then we have an extra knight. How is this not good? Computer saying this is okay for black, even though they lost the knight. Rook attacks queen, so the queen cannot remain defending the knight, but we can go queen to f5, check on the king, attack the queen. But the problem is, after the trade, suddenly our knight is under attack on the open file. There are so many things, so many things to calculate in this position. And I think this is the kind of situation where Andrea's new YOLO style will work out very, very well. I think it's massively good to just make a decision and go with the flow when the position is so complicated as this one is. Okay, so let's assume pawn takes pawn is gonna be the right answer. But after knight to d5, like this is looking awesome for white. Okay, so we already looked at the queen is under attack, and if the queen takes the pawn on g6, then we have a double attack. So that one is solved. But the queen can also capture this white pawn down here. The computer is very happy. Because now we can once again give a check. It's not a fork this time, but when we force the king to the side, we can now capture the knight in the middle and give a check on the king, which means black will not have the chance to capture our knight because they first have to deal with the problems with their own king. Okay, so far we've solved the captures of pawns. What about the capture of knight? What if black just decides this knight is so powerful, we need to get rid of it? So rook takes knight. Ooh, no movement on the eval bar. That means that's the best move. But that is sacrificing a rook for a knight. After the recapture, we also get the immediate attack in towards the knight in the center. If the knight captures the pawn, computer is very, very happy. It's not obvious though. I guess we can go for the trade of queens. But now after the queen trade, there's no queen pointing down on the black king. So now this rook needs to be safe. But also we do have some kind of idea here where we can push this pawn, attack the rook. And if the rook moves, well, now this pawn is lost, but maybe we can try and, maybe we have so much pressure here with this rook. We do have also a rook in trade for a knight. So there's two pawns and a knight in trade for a rook, but the rook is really well placed and putting pressure in towards black's pieces. So this feels pretty nice. And then I guess the final question, what if knight takes the pawn that's close to becoming a new queen? Computer will, yeah, we just take rook here, and we're threatening all of the black pawns on the same file. This is looking great for Andrea. Honestly, I'm struggling to see a single way for black to survive. If the queen goes to this d6 square, it keeps the protection of the knight in the center, but then knight to b6, check on the king, opens up the attack for the rook. The knight gets captured, but it doesn't matter. We get the queen. And they get our rook, but then we get the knight because the queen that was defending the knight went bye-bye. And if you go queen to e6 instead, then we just bring in another knight. Like this looks amazing. We have both our knights in attacking positions. The queen can step back, but it feels as though white has a very, very strong initiative here. No, I'm super optimistic on Andrea's behalf. The threat of pawn takes pawn is so strong that I feel like, well, actually, it's not even about pawn takes pawn. It's even knight takes pawn. So I feel like black has to capture on e4. And then knight to d5 still is super strong. Why does it seem like they both keep getting players with lower FIDE ratings? It is a bit of a mystery, Bubblet, but part of the reason is because these players are defeating other people who are higher rated than themselves. So for instance, in round 3, the opponent Alexandra faced had beaten a 2100 in the round before. And in round 4, the opponent Alexandra faced had beaten a 2100 the round before. Basically, these lower rated players are beating the higher rated players. So the higher rated players don't have as many points as they're supposed to have. And the same thing about Andrea's opponent today. Andrea's opponent today has defeated 2 players back to back who outrated him by 200 points. So the players Andrea's supposed to be playing, they're not available because they don't have 3 points out of 4. So who is this 2100 guy who keeps losing? Well, it's a different guy every single time. But we've seen one of them. Andrea should have beaten her guy when she played at 2100. So the 2100s are struggling in this tournament. And only a miracle saved Andrea's opponent. He got completely outplayed in the opening. If not for Andrea's desire for the sacrifices, then she might have won that game. Move number on Alexandra's board. We're getting interested about the time situation. 10 minutes remaining for the opponent. Like, what? That's wild. Okay, not even 10 minutes. Now it's that. Well, it was 10 minutes. Now it's 9:10. Okay, he's going to make a decision. The arm of decision-making has been raised. And in classic chess player fashion, he changes his mind a little bit and then goes for it after all. The king is coming into the game. So the king is going to come over to try and defend. But this is good news for Alexandra because now she gets the time she needs to activate her own king. Right? Okay, Alexandra has 2 moves here. Either you activate your king or you bring the other rook into the game. I guess bringing the rook in makes the most sense. Ooh, sneaky shenaniganer has studied the chess engine, possibly. Getting a little call out there, because frankly, that was so sneaky. Pawn takes pawn. Knight to d5, attacks the queen. Sacrifice the rook for the knight. And then knight to d3, check. Oh, that is a sick move. We looked at how the knight could try and capture the pawns. But damn, knight to d3, that's brilliant. Check on the king. Yeah, the knight can be captured by the pawn, but the trick of this move is that you've opened up between the queens. And after the queen trade, now there's no more white queen pointing down on the black king. So black can capture the rook. And in some kind of, this is some of the weirdest things I've ever seen, but in this variation, Andrea can now capture 4 different pawns, or, well, 3 different pawns in 4 different ways. And somehow the computer is saying it's equal. That is sick. I don't know if it's going to happen. And honestly, I think Andrea could still easily win that. but it's really a good illustration of how many crazy variations we can expect to see. Okay, Andrea's opponent has captured in the center. Andrea right now has a 20-minute time advantage, but her next move is kind of obvious. I'm really hoping Andrea doesn't spend too much time on this. Just move the knight into the center of the board. She doesn't really have any good options. In the meantime, Alexandra has pushed her pawn on the side of the board. I'm not sure I like that. But she wants to have the bishop no longer controlling the c2 square because she's concerned the opponent could get a rook here. So that I do sympathize with that thought. But my problem with this g4 move is that it makes it so much easier for the opponent to try and attack white's pawns in the future. I'm seeing some kind of scenario where the black king kind of slithers its way forward. Okay, the bishop has retreated. I guess now we bring the king. Bring the king, bring the rook. I would bring the king first because if king to e7, then I can give a check, force the king back, and then do this double rook. Alexandra plays rook e1. I don't like that. I think this doesn't make sense together with the previous move. Because if you want to go pawn to g4, if you want to prevent black from having control of the c2 square, that's going to be a concern you had if there were two rooks on the board. But if you're willing to trade rooks, you should have just gone rook to e1 to begin with. Because now in the meantime, you've weakened your pawn situation and you've made your pawns more prone to a king marching forward. After g4, bishop to d7, rook e1, black is definitely going to go for the trade. And after the trade, we no longer have two rooks that can work together against this pawn. So it's going to be more difficult for us to take that pawn because now the one king can protect with the one rook attacking. So I thought the point of chasing black's bishop back was that so that we could have two rooks pointing down on the black pawn. I kind of like that idea, and this I feel like is a step in the wrong direction. That being said, Alexandra has 1 hour and 14 minutes more than her opponent. That is so crazy. Andrea needs to move. She doesn't really have a choice. If she recaptures on e4, she's going to lose her pawn. And she's going to lose the game. If she captures on f7, she's going to lose another pawn and lose the game. She has no choice. Knight to d5 is the only possible follow-up. But fortunately, we know that it's a very good follow-up. She must have calculated this before the move. Don't second guess your calculations. Make the move you planned. Alexandra should keep the game complicated. Well, she doesn't really have that option. But anyone will tell you that endgames can be plenty complicated on their own. Alexandra has a 2 versus 1 situation on the side of the board. So when she pushes these pawns up to try and get a new queen, that will cause some unpleasant decisions for her opponent. The guy's in time trouble? Yes. A result of the girls playing rather quickly. Has Alexandra played too quick? No, she's played okay. I mean, the computer says position is equal. And an equal position when your opponent is down to 5 minutes, it has to be characterized as a success in my book. Has Alexandra and her opponent already got the bonus time? No. So it's going to be interesting watching this in towards move 40. They're currently on move 25. 16 more moves for each player before they get 30 minutes. Bishop to c6. I don't like this move. I think it's a bad move. I'm very happy here for Alexandra to make the trade and then get the king out of the corner and then gradually advance the pawns. Okay, moves are coming in quick. The trade does happen. And Andrea agonizing over her choice. Not that she has much of a choice. Only one acceptable move in Andrea's position. Now, Alexandra needs to get her king out of the corner. Probably not going to use a lot of time on that. Do you guys know what she's snacking on? I saw someone talking about gum previously. She's snacking on the souls of her opponents. Wow, Asmati. Round 4 victim. Salty, this is round 5. But I do like where your head's at. We have a prediction. Will Andrea find knight to d5? Or rather, I hate those formulations because obviously she sees the move, but it's more about making the decision compared to, say, knight to h5. I'm gonna put some money on this. I'm not telling you what I'm betting though, because it will be obvious enough with my 50,000 point bet. Come get my money, people. Or channel points. Can Hammer chat? I can't chat, yeah. Okay, King B2 has been played. Good move. Now Rook to C8, pretty much a given. And then Alexandra will start pushing her pawns. Rook to E8 here is the only real alternative. But I feel like the trade of rooks should benefit Alexandra. Because it's going to be a lot easier to push these pawns forward with only one rook on the board. Maybe we should do this pawn first. What is the move the computer wants? Oh, rook to c2. That's brilliant. Oh, that's actually so good. Of course, the pawn endgame is good for white. And if we can force the black rook to go on the defensive, then we can get our rook into an incredible position. Oh, rook e8 is actually a big, big mistake, but it's a very natural one to make. And he makes it. Oh my gosh. The endgame queen could claim another victim here. Trading the rooks and then going for another trade, that would basically win the game. Okay, no, she plays too quickly. Rook to e2. Okay, so she's trying to prevent her opponent's king from getting into the game. Honestly, that's a solid strat. I'm not too unhappy about that. But there was a very interesting moment there where you need to have a lot of endgame awareness to realize that this pawn endgame is just winning. Because the thing is, when you have 2 versus 1 on the side, you can use these 2 pawns as a distraction. And then you can move your king up and over, and your king is going to be the first one to get to the king side. This is a very classic thing you need to know. The outside passed pawn in pawn endgames. White wins because you can create the distraction. So something like this. Okay, here black wins apparently. Oh, you just sit and wait. You just sit and wait, and in the end, the king has to return. And then this is the kind of situation I'm talking about, where you use this pawn as a decoy, force the king back, and while the black king is busy over here, then you just have a feast with the pawns on the other side, and you win the game. Very nice classic pawn endgame. Ooh, but her opponent decided not to go for the trade. And now Alexandra goes rook d1. What? Why would you move? You just moved. I'm so confused by this rook to d1 move. Why would you allow your opponent to go back to e8? Okay, he does go back. Another chance for Alexandra to make the trade. Okay, she kind of just changed her mind. So she could have done this earlier as well. She could have gone rook here. That would have been the same position. So she went here and then here and then here. So basically we just got the same situation, but with 2 extra moves, which means black is 2 moves closer to the time control. And now black can go rook e6 followed by king e7. So she's not even preventing the king from getting into the game. Yeah, no, making the trade and going rook c1 also here probably would have been good. Although it's less good here because the king is further back, but I don't think it's going to have too much. The main thing here is the 2 versus 1. Yeah, honestly, a big opportunity missed for the double rook trade. And now to rook to e6, it's equal, but of course anything could happen given the time situation. Have you ever offered a draw in a position you were confident you were losing just to see if they would accept? I think it's a reasonable common thing. I think Aryan Tari is incredibly good at that. But every time I offer a draw, people are like, oh, yeah, no, we're going to beat you. I'm always jealous of the people who offer draws and people just accept even when they're winning. It never happens to me. Feels like. Also, to be fair, I'm not losing that often. But in general, I don't offer draws when I'm losing. No, I think that's disrespectful. But maybe I should more because people have a tendency of accepting. Okay, it looked based on the hand movements. I'm pretty sure Alexandra's opponent is going to play rook to e6. That's what his hand movement indicated. That being said, he's down to 140 now. 1 minute 40. He needs to make another 12 moves. You need to start offering draws when you're winning to set a precedent so that you can offer a draw when you're losing also. What a strat. I think that strategy is better for worse players than me, but I follow your logic. Rook to e7. Okay, so he does move the rook up. Another chance for Alexandra to make the trade and go rook c2. But I mean, if she hasn't seen it the first 3 times, I'm guessing pawn to b4 now. Unless this loses a pawn. But something like this feels right to me. Just trying to get this pawn further forward. What other plans could there be? I guess you could go g5, but I don't want to make such a committal move this early on. We did talk to Alexandra yesterday about committal moves against lower rated players. Just let them make their mistakes. Okay, b4 played. a4 also decent. Yeah, maybe she should have gone with the other pawn first, because then it would be more difficult for the opponent to target those pawns. Rook b7, I think, is really the only good move here. Any other move, and Alexandra should have a significant advantage. Rook to c7? Not to be a broken record, but rook to c2 would be pretty good here. Trying just to trade off those rooks, having the 2 versus 1. Alexandra just pawn a3, gradually making her way up. I like this a3 move. She needs to get the king up. She'll probably have to go rook e3 next just to get this square under control. So if we just pretend that Alexandra can do whatever she wants on the next couple of moves, something like this would be very effective. This would be the winning strategy. Just gradually work your way up. And you're fine putting the king on the edge of the board because the king is kind of... It's difficult for black to attack the king when it's kind of hiding out on the side. Only problem is opponent also gets to play a couple of moves. Ooh, rook to c3 played. Now you have to go rook c2. Rook c2 is winning now. Rook c2 is winning and it makes sense. It's the best way of stopping rook takes pawn. Rook to c2, and then rook takes pawn is impossible because you have to protect the rook behind. Rook c2 now makes sense. It's been like a very good move for a very long time. But here it directly addresses the threat that black is making with their prior move. What are you going to do? Go on defense? That's not good. Rook to c2. It's the only move. I guess you could take this pawn, but then you're just allowing black to activate their rooks while getting rid of their major weakness. Rook to c2. If she plays rook to c2, she's going to win this game. Let's hope she takes her time here. Andrea, in the meantime, has taken too much of her time. Andrea only has one move, and for some reason, she hasn't played it during the course of thinking for a very long time. "47 seconds versus an hour." Yeah, but what good does an hour on the clock do if you're not going to use it? This is a big moment. Can you show a quick why is Andrea's knight move the only real? Well, it's basically because Andrea's opponent is attacking pawns in two different places. So you need to do something spectacular in order to deal with all the threats. And knight to d5 is that sort of spectacular move in that how it attacks the queen. Every time Andrea takes so much time. Did she play it? She did it? I can't even tell based on the video. Okay. Good job. Rook takes rook. Rook takes back. Winning pawn endgame. GG's. What if Andrea takes on e4? Well, if she takes on e4, then takes on g6, and Andrea's just down a pawn for no good reason. She has to go knight d5. But like Vila said, when Andrea takes this much time, it's usually because she's considering something crazy. Imagine having 20 seconds to assess the consequence of the rook trade. You can't really do that. And he trusts his instincts that this was a problem. Oh no! And Alexandra goes back with the rook. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. So Alexandra is very into this idea that she's preventing the black king from getting into the game. But frankly, here she didn't really need to do that anymore. Because here, rook c6 followed by, like, she could get her own king so far up the middle of the board. Like, at some point, you got to stop thinking about the opponent's king and start thinking about your own king. And because she went rook e2, well, she's threatening going with the king up into the center. But her opponent wisely prevents that. Although now Alexandra can still do this plan of the rook up along the side of the board. Rook b3, king b3 here is pretty good. Just get that king up. She should probably play rook to e3 at some point to avoid that rook coming in here. That's part of the reason why I wasn't too fond of this g4 move, because now it's a lot easier to attack white's pawns. Whereas if this pawn was further back, you could just have your rook on the second rank defending and everything would be fine. h3? Why? Get your king involved. Like, h3 doesn't... The thing about h3, it doesn't even do nothing. It's actually detrimental to white's position. Number one, there are some situations in the pawn endgame where you need to have like spare pawn moves to put your opponent in Zugzwang. But also, before this h3 move, the black king would need I can't count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves to get this pawn. But after you play h3, now the king only needs 5 moves. So h3 is not just a slow move in terms of not advancing your own plans, but it's also just a detrimental move. And it also puts like the situation where the rook can now try and attack both of these pawns on the same rank in the future. And after h3, Alexandra's opponent goes h5. What is going on? h5? Are you kidding me? And Alexandra doesn't take this pawn. She could have taken it, and then both of these pawns would have been isolated. Instead, Alexandra goes rook e3. I don't like that, because now you can go h4, and the rook can try and come in behind, and then your pawn is actually reasonably close to becoming a new queen. But Alexandra's opponent takes. I don't like that either. I don't like that trade. Because now Alexandra kind of justifies her h3 move. Because now that pawn can be the one to recapture. Oh, yeah. And Alexandra recaptures with the other pawn. Okay, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. But like every move is catching me by surprise right now. In the meantime, Andrea has played knight to d5. And I think Andrea is going to win this game now. And I'm also some channel points richer. Okay, pawn to g5. Sensible move from black because you want to prevent the white pawn from moving forward and becoming a passed pawn on the side. But computer hates it. So that's why I think pawn taking away from the center was quite justified in that instance. But Alexandra needs to move her king up. Like enough dilly-dallying and whatnot. Get your freaking king into the game. How many more moves till he gets more time? 3 more moves. But now he's objectively losing. Like, with correct play, Alexandra wins this game. I think just bring the king up along the side of the board and it's GG's. White's king is too powerful as support for the white pawns that can continue after it. Andrea found knight to d5. Of course she did. What are you talking about? It was obvious. It was a shocker that she spent 20 minutes on it. But I thank you for your channel points. So far this tournament, I'm 4 out of 4 for the channel points. Okay, rook up. Doesn't matter. Just continue with the king. Continue the king's journey. Don't do the pawns. Get the king forward first. Although the pawns are fine as well. Okay. Maybe not that pawn. Okay, it's fine. Computer says it's fine. Just get those pawns gradually up the board. Have the king close by to support. This is going to work out. 20 seconds remaining for the opponent. He is stressed out right now. Pawn to d5 played. Just continue forward. Pawn to b5 or rook to d3. Either is fine. Do not get tempted to go rook e5. Rook e5 would be a huge mistake. Yeah, it attacks 2 pawns at the same time, but you're not here to win pawns. You're here to get queens. Do not get distracted from the mission. She's going to go rook e5. Yeah, I know. I'm just disappointed. Disappointed ahead of time. Oh, she played b5. Never mind. Okay, this is the 40th move. After this, the opponent will have time to think. But his position is in ruins. Alexandra, with her pawns, supported by the king, is going to win this game. And now rook to d3, best move, in my opinion. Okay, king up. Should be fine, should be fine. The rook is going to give a check. The king is going to move up. It's going to be a bit awkward because our king cannot continue further forward. But it's fine because we can just move the rook over and then the king up. That's not great. That's not great. Okay. Yeah. Would have preferred rook to d3 here. Just trying to get the opponent's rook into a defensive position, and then we continue with our king. But, you know, activating the king can't be too bad. And now the opponent has 30 minutes to think about what's going on. And Alexandra is not going to take a break. No. She's going to continue sitting at the board. Okay. Queen to e6 played by Andrea's opponent. That was the best move. I guess he kind of eliminated all the other options and then only had one remaining. Oh, I'm not so sure Andrea is going to win anymore. That was a good defensive effort. How much time does Andrea's opponent have? 24:43. This is going to be an exciting one. Wasn't it the only move? Well, I thought maybe he needed to sacrifice his rook against the knight, but I could see why he wouldn't want to do that. Okay, we're getting even more moves on Alexandra's board. Rook check, king moves up. And now we're hoping and praying for pawn to d4. Pawn to d4 would be a massive mistake here because then the pawn intercepts the rook's pressure towards the a4 pawn. So here, Alexandra would be able to just move her rook to blockade and then have the king continue forward. So the only move here to put up a fight is rook to c4. Because you need to get the rook on the other side of the pawn, essentially. So here, the rook is stuck with the pawn in the way. But if you go rook here and then pawn up, you still have this pressure while you have the pawn trying to become a new queen. This is kind of tricky. My computer is saying, well, both the two obvious moves for white, computer is saying it's a draw. Maybe you have to go rook d3 and then b6 and king b. No. Yeah, rook c4 is maybe going to be a draw. Actually, after rook c4, we can go rook e5. Never mind. This is winning. Okay. It turns out after we get our king up, then we can go pawn hunting. That's fine. We basically just need to create a situation where the rook needs to go kind of attack other things. And once the rook tries to attack here, then we can move our king up. It's more important for us to move the pawns forward and the king forward than it is winning these pawns. But we need to pretend like we're winning the pawns in order to get the rook to change its priorities. Okay, Alexandra is winning another endgame, increasing her unbeaten streak to what is it, 19? It's incredible. And in the meantime, Andrea, I assume, has played knight to f4. So Andrea moving the knight up, attacking the queen, as we expected. And now I don't know what her opponent is kind of yammering about, but he only has one possible move. The queen has to retreat. Does Alexandra have 1 hour, 46 minutes? Yes, Alexandra has more time now than she did when the game started. Let's just say she hasn't been thinking a lot this game. Well, that's not entirely true either, right? Because she's been sitting like a freaking statue at the board. But she hasn't been thinking on her own time. All her thinking has been while the opponent's been thinking. She might very well end this game having more time when it ends than when it started. Do you think Alex could be a women's grandmaster? No, she doesn't have time for that. Okay, Queen E8 played. Classic Nepo trick. I mean, she's some kind of a melt between Nepo and Carlsen right now. She's got the Nepo time management and the Carlsen end games. It's a solid strat on the sub 2000 tournament circuit. How do you feel about shorter time control in tournaments? I'm very pro shorter times rules in tournaments I do commentary on. And then I'm very against it when I have to think and play myself. Funny how that works. When would she be competing above 2000? Well, tomorrow. The way this is looking, Alexandra is going to be like in the top 10, maybe even top 5 after this round. That should give her some tough opponents. What are the rules against trash talking your opponent? I mean, you can't disturb your opponent during the game. But trash talking before the game starts, I think, is completely within reason. Also, have you guys noticed that Alexandra's camera hasn't crashed a single time? Someone's been working their magic in Poland. Jinx? I don't know. I'd rather jinx the camera than the game. Alexandra was 4th before this round. Oh, never mind my top 5 then. How many people have a perfect score? I mean, I could look it up myself. There's 3 people on 4 out of 4. And then Alexandra has the best tiebreak of everyone on 3.5 out of 4. Probably helped, honestly, by the fact that one of the players Alexandra faced, the one she faced in the first round, has won so many games against higher rated opponents. Although for once we're cheering against Alexandra's tiebreaker as he's playing against Andrea. Okay, Andrea makes the pawn trade. I think that's the sensible thing to do. I don't see her opponent having much of a choice. If he takes this pawn with the queen, well, then white's queen can capture the knight in the center. And that feels wrong. Although then you could capture the white knight after. I think it's fair to say he's going to recapture with the knight. And then what should Andrea do? Computer saying knight takes is a big mistake. I mean, it might be, but that's not obvious to me. Knight takes, maybe we go knight g6, attack the rook. If the rook moves here, then we can do a double attack. Or we can do a double attack here. It matters which knight you use, guys. Don't get the details wrong. And if the rook moves up, well, then the rook is just completely stuck. And I'm not sure how you're winning, but at least the rook is going to be out of play for a very long time. Okay, this is great. Like I was saying earlier, I think Andrea is going to win this. Her opponent defended very well, but he's having so many difficult decisions to make in a row. At some point, he's going to falter. And I think this is that point. And finally, Alexandra got up and away from the board, taking a bit of a break, having the time to do so, I might add. Alexandra can go have a nap and she'll still win. Going for a walk around the city at a bare minimum. What is the time difference? 1 hour 30? No. Oh my God, it's approaching. It's approaching 1 hour 30. That beats all of my records. It is actually a record-breaking day. I was here. Yeah, you know it, Navri. We're watching history in the making. Okay, we're having a prediction. I assume it's about how much time Alexandra has left when the game ends. Seems like Alexandra gets 1 hour, 30-minute time advantage. Yeah, we're going to cancel that prediction. Because we'll know whether she has that time advantage by the time her opponent moves, no? Okay, never mind. He's about to move. before the 1 hour 30 mark. I guess it's fine. It's kind of tempting going no now, actually. This is some massive odds. He might resign at some point. I didn't put any channel points myself. I couldn't decide whether I thought it was worth it. Hammer is part of the channel points mafia. You know it. Let's just say I've been making a lot of headway on my channel point. I think I've won 3 times this week. How many channel points? Well, I've used quite a bit of channel points on the flex, which is 69,000. So I feel like my number of channel points is just, I keep it pretty low just because of the random flexes. By the way, do we count it now before he makes a move? I'm not sure it's going to matter. It's going to be 1 hour 30 by the time he makes the move anyway. Even with the added 30 seconds, it's not going to make much of a difference. Okay, he's under. Yeah, rip people's channel points. It looked like he was about to move. But yeah, he didn't. Cash Mankey with the 58 months. Let's go. How are you doing? The New York City homie. The supplier of virgin mojitos. I visited Alexandra in New York, and Cash Mankey, he showed me around Chinatown and got me actually to have a drink. It's basically the first drink I've ever had in my life. It was I didn't go crazy, but it's a memory I treasure. Rook to f6. The move came in, but way too late for the people with channel points on the line. The rook moves back so that there's control of the a6 square. No easy way for Alexandra to get her king further up the board. So I think she's going to have to revert to a different plan. I think she's going to have to go rook d3 and then king back and go after this one instead. But I think she's going to realize that based on the fact that right now her king cannot proceed further forward. Also, moves coming in on Andrea's board, which frankly is more interesting at this point. And Andrea's opponent manages to find the best move yet again. What a stud. He's defending amazingly well so far. Incredible defense. But I think he's going to crack at any moment now. After queen takes knight, I think he's going to retake this one. Queen takes knight, pawn takes knight, and then rook takes. No. Knight takes. And then check. Take. Okay, never mind. Computer says Andrea has a big advantage, but I don't even understand why. I'm so confused right now. Okay, this is still just a super tense game. Andrea needs to take the knight, though. How's she doing on time? Okay, she still has the time advantage. That's going to be very important. Alexandra went rook d3. I actually made the move on my board, but it didn't register. Now I see how grandmasters are training, trying and error, trial and error. Yeah, I'm not used to not understanding the position as much as has happened today. Let me just get that off my chest. But Alexandra, no, Andrea's game has been super complicated throughout. Should Andrea force a queen trade? No. Andrea is the one attacking, so she wants to keep the queens on the board. Okay, rook to d6 played in Alexandra's game. Now she's going to reroute the king and win the game. Andrea, just take the knight. She doesn't really have much of a choice, does she? She cannot move this one and she cannot move this one. So her knights are kind of stuck. They need to be defending each other. So then you might as well just grab one of Black's knights in the meantime. Is there a risk of opponent going to the bathroom to check the stream with your thoughts on the attack? You're not allowed to use your cell phone during the game. Any electronic devices you're not allowed to use. And if you're going to use them, you would rather check the computer's opinion than mine. I think is fair to say. Less broadband requirement, less noisy, and other things. Are you ever going to try and create your own opening? What do you mean? Haven't you heard of the hammer? You know who coined my opening, the hammer? A pretty influential person within the chess community. I already got an opening named after me. El Magneto. Yes, that's the one. Nice of Magnus to name an opening after you. Well, I did play it like 40,000 times first, so it's not like out of the blue. Why haven't neither sister tried it? Because I'm not unaccountable. I know the worth of my opening without blackmailing people to try it. I was thinking we should maybe have a prediction on whether Alexandra has more than an hour 30 minutes when the game ends, but I don't think that prediction is a lot of. It's not very exciting. At this point, it's 100% sure. Is your opening recognized on chess.com though? I mean, it's recognized by Magnus Carlsen. Which do you think is the higher power? The ones trying to promote their own signed streamer? Or, well, I can't really. When I went into the bias argument, that was maybe not the right decision to make with Magnus being my. Chess.com, as we're sponsored. I don't know. What's Carol's plan here? Just holding on for dear life. Well, Black's plan is just get a new queen, but it doesn't look like it's happening. What is this dude doing with his time? I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. Alexandra is winning no matter what. She'll push the pawns up and she has that pressure against the pawn in the center. King up, rook check, king back, pawn up, GG's. Nothing you can do. Actually, computer didn't like that. Computer wanted pawn up immediately. That's fine too. It's more exciting what's going on at Andrea's board. She has captured the knight. I'm assuming he's going to capture the knight back. The best move here, according to Engine, is rook attacks queen. Queen moves back to make sure that the king is kind of under this attack so that you cannot take the knight. But then king moves. Okay, apparently this is not the computer's top choice whatsoever. And I was just assuming that was the computer's top choice. Never mind. Yeah, so I don't know what the top choice is, but it seems impossible to find. So Andrea's going to have the advantage there, but it's not over yet. It's going to be a tense time scramble. 18 moves remaining for Marusi. 17 moves remaining for Andrea. So there's that. She's one step closer to the extra 30 minutes compared to her opponent. But if I'm entirely honest with you, I'm not sure those extra 30 minutes are going to come into play. I think this might be decided well before then. Black's pawn has captured the knight in the center. And Andrea recaptures with her knight, threatening knight to e7. Checkmate, almost. If pawn takes pawn, knight to e7. Check on the king. The rook controls here. The queen controls here and here. And Black has to give away their queen to avoid the checkmate. So no real choice here. You have to go rook e8, attacking the queen, but also taking control of that square the white knight wanted to use. Andrea spent a lot of time on the last couple of moves, but she's still ahead. 1447 versus 1540. Okay, so she's not still ahead, but it's so close that it's more about who has the better position. How many points do we get today? Ooh, that's a good prediction. I'm not sure. It's between 1.5 and 2. 2 seems the most likely, but that is also the thing most people have been betting on. So there's some value to kind of hoping Andrea doesn't get the win. But at the same time, she's looking good. She's got the centralized pieces. The king is in trouble. And now she actually also does have the time advantage. Ooh, but rook e8. Her opponent is defending tremendously well. He's finding so many good moves. But even after finding so many good moves, Andrea still has a big advantage according to the computer, which is really saying something about how Andrea has played today. It's been very good. Queen back, check on the king. Do they count how quickly you knock out your opponent? No. They only see if you won, if you drew, or if you lost. After the game ends, nobody cares how much time you spent. Well, that's not entirely true. Chat cares. But you don't get bonus points for winning in style, nor do you get bonus points for winning without using your time, like Alexandra is doing today. Alexandra's opponent has less time. Oh, Alexandra went back with her king. That's kind of weird. Okay, so computer really wanted her to just continue forward and get a new queen. She went rook check, which, to be fair, was my first instinct as well. And then king back. After king back, she could have gone rook back, and she would have gotten another chance to do this plan. But instead, she went king d4. So she's kind of going a step in the wrong direction in terms of, yeah, she had this very easy plan to just go for a new queen. And now she's prioritizing winning the pawn in the center instead. But I think there's a fair chance Alexandra's opponent will go pawn to f6 to control the e5 square to prevent Alexandra from getting there. But then Alexandra once again can go pawn to e5, a5. And it's actually a Zugzwang. Yeah, I'm not too concerned. Alexandra is going to win this, but her technique is not. It's not perfect. Okay, in the meantime, Andrea's opponent moving the king away. Andrea now is supposed to capture the pawn in the center, but it makes perfect sense because her knight is under attack and her pawn is under attack. And by making the trade in the center, she's also protecting her knight. And then the question is, after rook recaptures, computer says Andrea has a winning idea here. Oh my God. If Andrea finds this, I'm not sure she's going to find this. queen g3 check, knight b6 check, trade the rooks, and then the queen comes in for the attack against the king and the rook. Okay, that is kind of, yeah, that's very good. Not convinced she's going to find that. But honestly, she might. She's good with the tactics. And she has 14 minutes left to figure it out. Can you show that one again one more time? Yeah, I'll go a bit slower this time. So rook takes pawn makes sense because right now black is down a pawn, so you want to take it. And it also removes the defender of the knight in the center. And he has played it. So the computer says this is a big mistake, but in practical play, it's like the only thing you can go for. Andrea now needs to go queen to g3 check. That is easy. She'll play this. If the knight then tries to move in from the edge of the board, then Andrea can take, opening up between the rooks. The rooks get traded off. But after the trade, when the black queen then recaptures the white knight, it's actually checkmate for the rook coming in, check on the king, and the queen cannot capture because that would put black's king in check from white's queen. So Andrea has played queen to g3, but that was the easy part. That was the easy part. Interjecting with the knight doesn't work. If you move the king into the corner, you kind of want to hide your king. But if you move the king into the corner, then the knight can come in, give a check on the king, while also opening up for between the rooks through the center. So black takes the knight, but you take the rook, and you have an attack, but you also have a rook for a knight. So that means the only move for the opponent here is to go king to c8. And here is the tricky part. The rook in the middle is undefended. So you look for some way of attacking this rook. And it turns out you have a method to do that. First, you give away your knight. You allow that knight to be captured. But you were fine with that because you wanted the trade between the rooks. And when that trade happens, you have lured the king to an unfortunate square, setting up the double attack from the queen. It's a tricky one, but I think it's within Andrea's capabilities. In the meantime, Alexandra has managed to capture the pawn in the middle of the board. And now with the attack against the side pawn, Alexandra is just continuing forward. Her opponent now pawn to f5. So he's trying to trade as many pawns as possible. That feels like a very sensible strategy. Ooh, and no. Alexandra can just take this, though. Take, and then rook up. Rook moves away, you take the pawn. They take this pawn, you give a check, force the king back, and then take the pawn. Oh my god. Oh, and this is a very famous draw, potentially. There's some kind of famous situation where this is a draw. But I don't remember how to recreate it. Yeah, this is a famous fortress. This is a super famous fortress. It's just incredibly rare, and there's absolutely no way Alexandra's opponent knows this. So yeah, I'm not too concerned. Even I learned this. Really, Raul? I don't remember how to make the draw. I just know that it is a draw, but it's very difficult in practical play. And Alexandra is going down this line. No way with that time. I mean, even if I had half an hour, I wouldn't be sure I could make a draw there. Because you also have to set it up in the right way. And I don't even remember the details, why, where things needs to be and so on. Andreas board had moves. Ooh, why are you saying moves? Did we have more than one? No. Andrea's thinking she has this winning knight to b6 move. And if she finds it, the game is over. So we're fine with her taking a lot of time here on this decision. This decision is huge. If she gets it right, she wins the game. She's afraid to sack the knight again? No. It's just about if you see the move, and if you see the idea, you play the idea. This is so easy. It's just a 3-move combo that it's about spotting the idea more than it is about calculating the consequences. Okay, rook to f3. We're going down the fortress variation, but the good news is there's no way her opponent knows how to deal with that fortress. What's a fortress? A fortress is a situation where even though you seemingly have a losing position, you manage to survive through a blockade or through some kind of idea where your opponent is unable to make progress. It's a table-based win, so it's not a fortress? Okay. Well, it looked like a very famous fortress situation. But I'm assuming a 1900 rated player did not read Dvoretsky's endgame manual. Clock is broken, right? No, it's working again now. But I can understand your confusion based on how much time Alexandra has left. Nick, Alexandra has more time now than when the game started. What makes Alexandra so good at endgames? I mean, it's not that she's good at endgames, it's just that she's better than the other people. Is this with her 30 minutes or without? This is with the 30 minutes. What does that even mean? I mean, I think that's perfectly understandable. It means that she's not good at endgames, but she's better than the people at her level. So she's making a lot of endgame mistakes, but she's making less than her opponents, which is essentially the name of the game. She's comparatively good at endgames. She's good at endgames for her level. But the thing is, endgames are way more black and white than the rest of chess, pun intended. And so the mistakes you make in endgames are very visible, even if they were good enough to win the game. They're still kind of, yeah, beauty marks. Andrea, queen d3. She didn't find the tactic. She still has a better position, though. Her opponent's king is very vulnerable. Although, ooh, is she trying to trick him into activating the knight? What happens if the knight moves in? Ah, knight check on the king, and then checkmate supported by the rook. Let's go. Okay, so we have a little trick up our sleeve. I hope that's her plan. That's definitely her plan. I guarantee it. And then black will need to go with the rook back to defend here. And then maybe rook to g1, try and put pressure down here. But then the knight comes in. Yeah, it's a 50-50 in Andrea's game right now. Both players very low on time. Andrea 9 minutes, her opponent 8 minutes. Alexandra is reluctant to take the pawn. Does she know about the draw? I don't think she knows about it. She just realized it was not as clear cut as she had originally thought. Is 100 minutes enough time for this position? I mean, the thing is, Alexandra is treating this like a rapid game. So even if she has all of that time, she's never actually going to use it. So it doesn't really help her how much time she has. It's all about how much time the opponent has. So her opponent is trying to give checks in from the side. And Alexandra is going to fix this by moving her king closer to the rook. In the meantime, rook e8 has been played. The rooks defending each other. Would it be okay for her to get up, leave, and come back in 1.5 hours? You're not allowed to leave the venue while a game is in progress. So then you might be forfeited because you're not allowed to get assistance, and you're kind of considered to be, it's considered quite suspicious to leave the venue while a game is going on. Why hasn't he resigned yet? Because this is, I mean, what? This seems rude. What are you talking about, dude? This is incredibly close to being a super famous draw where you can make a draw even though the opponent is up 2 pawns. Why is it that people on the internet are so eager for people to resign? Play the game out. Come on. Because we play like engines. Yeah, no, you see the engine says +8. But what you don't realize is that if you make one little mistake, then it's going to say 0. Andrea's making another trick. Queen comes up, gives a check, but this trick is too easy. Too easy from Andrea. She's trying to provoke her opponent to block with a knight, because then she can go with her knight, give a check, and attack the queen at the same time. But this is what you Americans call hope chess. You're basically only hoping the opponent is going to blunder. And instead, he's just going to tuck his king in towards the corner, which is the sensible thing to do regardless. Yeah, Andrea's not going to win this. The last couple of moves, she's been moving the queen around, and all of her queen moves have kind of, at least 2 moves in a row, she's provoked her opponent into playing a move he wanted to do anyway. Okay, we're at the end of the road for the checks on Alexandra's king. The king has moved over in such a way that the rook can no longer give the checks in from the side. Now the rook is going to have to attack this pawn. So rook here, pawn up. Rook up. No. King over. Is there a scenario here where like rook f7 is the only winning move? Apparently this is a draw as well. Check, check. There are some situations like this where this can sometimes also be a fortress. There's a couple of situations where the person down 2 pawns in a rook endgame can make a draw. And like 2 of those situations arise when the pawns are placed in this way. Alexandra goes pawn b6. Honestly, I'm amazed she didn't think about it, but I guess she doesn't realize how close this is to a draw. Is it better to go pawn to a6? No, pawn to a6 is a draw. Oh, wow. So pawn a6 sets up the drawing mechanism. But pawn b6 is winning. Like, how do you understand that one of those is a draw and one is... It's very difficult to know that how close black is to a draw in this endgame unless you know it beforehand. It doesn't make sense how close it is. In the meantime, Andrea has used her rook to attack the queen. The queen stays centralized. Opponent has 30 seconds left. Yeah. Wow. Oh, Andrea's opponent also is... No, never mind. Clocks are broken again. Yeah, no. Disregard the clocks. They broke. Okay, rook b3 played. Computer says now it's easy for Alexandra. I don't really understand why. She went king f5. Okay, if Alexandra can get her king to this a6 square, then it's going to be easy. So she just needs to find a path to get here. And it should be fair enough. You just go here and then you go around. So the king is headed for the c6 square. Can you show the famous draw position again? No, I can't. Because I don't really know it. It's really advanced knowledge. I just know it exists. I just don't know the details of it. I recommend the Dvoretsky Endgame Manual if you want to learn more. A lot of the good old chess endgame books discuss this situation. Joke's on you, I lose in the opening. Yeah, most people do. That's why they don't take the time to study rook end games with 2 pawns down and how you can miraculously make a draw. Isn't Dvoretsky only for advanced players? Yeah, but these are advanced endgames. You're asking me to explain something incredibly advanced on a stream where we have 2 minutes to explain it because Andrea's in a time scramble. I'm saying I don't have the capacity for that right now, and you're going to have to go to the sources. Are those sources going to be too difficult for you? Yeah, they are. But then at least you're going to get off my back about this whole thing. This is not standard knowledge. And for you Twitch weebs, no, Twitch, what do you call yourselves? You're just going to have to accept that this is some tricky stuff. And Alexandra's opponent shouldn't resign because there's some tricky stuff. Just take my word for it. Could have explained it in all that time? No, because I don't know it myself, Jason. That's what I'm saying. This is so advanced. I don't know it. I could go find my book, but then I would be interrupting the whatever. Okay. I couldn't find Dvoretsky's endgame manual, but I did find modern endgame practice, practical endgame tips, and the Soviet chess primer. One of these books are going to have this endgame. Let me now search for it to satisfy your needs while Andrea is playing a super interesting and exciting time scramble. This is how you guys chose to prioritize our time. Why is Andrea's opponent getting up from the board? Is he not in a massive time scramble? Okay, here's endgames, rook endgames, 2 pawns down. See here, lots of examples of how you can create a fortress down 2 pawns. Because I found the right chapter. There's so many examples of how you can make a draw down 2 pawns. Okay, I think we're gonna have to study these some other time. In the meantime, Alexandra has played this very good move, king to c5. That's game over. Alexandra is sacrificing her pawn on a5. But if that pawn is captured, the king comes up. The king is controlling all of these squares, setting up the rook for the checkmate on the next one. In the meantime, in Andrea's game, they're getting very, very low on time. Andrea needs to make another 10 moves before she gets the additional 30 minutes. Alexandra's opponent realizes he can't allow her to the c6 square, but then Alexandra gets to the a6 square instead. He's being forced back into a passive defense. But now Alexandra can push her pawn, push the pawn, and then move the king up behind the pawn. And she's going to get a 2-pawn checkmate for the second game in a row. Let's go. Damn. Actual second game in a row. No, wait. No, actually, it's not in a row, is it? It was the previous white game she had, but it's close enough. In the meantime, Andrea is now down to 1 minute remaining. Ooh, Andrea goes for the queen trade. There goes the hopes of winning the game, but now she's also in trouble. Without the queens going into the endgame, the pawn on h4 is going to be in trouble. Pawn to h5. The pawn survives for now. Ooh, good plan by Andrea. She's going to have this knight to defend. Andrea's making the argument that Sure, black has 2 pawns on the right side, but the one white pawn is taking control of the 2 black pawns. So if Andrea could go into a pawn endgame now, she might win it. Because these 2 pawns are being restricted by the 1 pawn, so then Andrea would have a 3 versus 2 on the opposite side. Obviously, a pawn endgame is pretty far into the future, though. The rook comes to attack both the knight and the pawn. But the knight retreats to keep the defense. Rook to f8 now seems a bit unpleasant. This knight does not have a safe location, and black can try to use their rooks to dislodge the knight. Can't that pawn move 2 spots? No. Well, it can, but if you move the pawn 2 steps, it's the special en passant move. And situations like these in the endgame is the precise reason why the en passant rule exists to begin with. Okay, just going to put it out there. If black tries to activate this knight by going knight c7, that's instant checkmate. But these are the hopes we're living with. Alexandra, in the meantime, has pushed the pawn. The pawn has trapped the king in the corner. And Alexandra now, king to a6. The double pawn checkmate. Is he going to be a gentleman and allow her to execute the mate? Come on, dude. Let her use the pawns. Alexandra is the winner, and she's having 1 hour, 38 minutes on the clock as the game ends. She has more time at the end of the game than she did when it started. Oh my God, he actually has 6 seconds left. And the resignation. The guy had 0 seconds. He had 3 seconds remaining when he resigned. Alexandra had 1 hour 38. And we don't get to see the checkmate on the board, but we all know it would have been the double pawn checkmate for the 2nd white game in a row. Alexandra remains undefeated, 19 games in a row now. And with this win, she was already in 3rd place before the game started. She's definitely going up to 2nd. No, she wasn't 4th, but she's going to go to minimum 3rd. She's in the running for her back-to-back-to-back tournament victory, by the way. Oh, in the meantime, we've had lots of moves in Andrea's game. The king is coming in. Andrea is moving her rook to attack the pawn on g7. The king continues in towards the middle. Andrea gives a check. Andrea's winning a pawn. Andrea tricked her opponent. He thought he was activating the king. He thought that Andrea could not move the rook because of the back rank checkmate. But it turns out if the king moves forward, then the knight has a double attack. And if the king moves back, then Andrea can take the pawn. And then, well, actually here she can just go for the rook as well. He has to move the king back, but then Andrea will take the pawn and give a check, which means no back rank checkmate. This could be a 2 out of 2 day for the girls. 55 seconds remaining. Maurici still has 5 more moves to complete before he gets the extra 30 minutes. The king moves back. Andrea now can take the pawn. She should take the pawn. She does take the pawn. Did you just say budget Maurice? Fuck you, dude. I am Maurice 2.0. Okay, anyway. Andrea's up a pawn at this stage. King moves back, attacks the rook. 2 choices now. Either Andrea moves the rook all the way back to prevent the back rank checkmate, or, interestingly, she could go knight g6, attacking both the king and the rook. King takes rook. No, she goes back. Computer didn't like this, because here the black king will be able to capture the pawn on h5 in the end. So it's better to just retreat with your extra pawn. Okay, the rook is trying to attack both the knight and the pawn, but now Andrea can go back up. Very sneaky. She went back, but she went back because she wanted to prevent the back rank checkmate. But now there's no more back rank problems, so now the rook can move up to protect the knight. This is one of those situations where moving back and forth is not a problem. Quite the contrary. Oh, I don't like that. That is very, very bad. Oh, that is very, 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 very bad. Andrea has self-pinned her knight. Okay, we got to rush with the king to try and save the knight. The knight cannot move because then the rook will be lost. Known in the trade as a pin. We're going to need the king to assist. It might not be as bad as I thought it was. She's still up a pawn. The problem is after king c1, the opponent can go knight b4, attack this pawn, and also threaten knight to d5. And when the knight comes to d5, the idea here is both that you create an attack against the knight, but more importantly, you prevent the king from getting to the defensive square it needs to protect. Oh, there's a significant risk of a loss here. This plan is very good. Her rook is kind of stuck. She may need to go rook f2. If she goes rook f2, she's fine. She shouldn't be, yeah, no. Rook f2, like push comes to shove, rook up and then knight back. Just go for this. Yeah. That's what she did. Rook to f2. She's back onto a defensive mode, but it was the necessary mode in this situation. She made a mistake and now she's correcting it. That was Andrea's move 40. So they're getting an additional 30 minutes now. Andrea is still up a pawn, so she should be fine. But there's a concern that the black king will be able to come close to the pawn and win it. Knight c5 played. Now Andrea can go knight to d2, d3, forcing the rook trade. And then the problem is the black king can try and go after this pawn. But then Andrea is going to have to start creating some problems on the other side. We're going to go into something like this, where black has a pawn on the side, but Andrea has some very scary pawns on the other side. And here, if Andrea somehow manages to sacrifice, if she manages to sacrifice her knight for the pawn, then the fact that she has these pawns pushing forward on the other side is going to win her the game. Okay, that was maybe not the right execution, but you get the general idea, right? That if we can sacrifice our knight against this pawn after we activated our king through the center, then we can probably win. Okay, knight d3 was played. Trade between the rooks, and then the king comes up. They're now at move 42. So surely they both realize that they've gotten an additional 30 minutes, even if it's not visible on the clocks. Don't the clocks update on their own? No, it's the responsibility of the players to know when you've reached move 40. The reason the clocks doesn't update on their own is because if someone has pressed the clocks without anyone seeing, or if someone pressed the clock mistakenly or something, the move counter would be wrong. And then the clock would show 30 minutes, even if you're not supposed to have that extra time. So in order to avoid confusion when you lose the game on time, even though the clock says you had 30 minutes, the clock rather than just sits on 30 seconds and then doesn't change to 30 minutes until after the time has gone out. And then it's your responsibility as a player to know that you've executed the 40 moves to get the time. This game has been a roller coaster. I feel like, honestly, both players played pretty well. Andrea was a 3-move tactic away from winning. But I still feel like she's closer to winning this still. Because it actually turns out that she'll be able to get her king into the middle. And then it's super easy for black to go wrong. It's so easy for black to think that, like, oh, I'm not in trouble. I'm just going to push my pawn. But then this knight is making sure the pawn cannot progress. And the white pawns on the other side is super scary, especially when the white king makes sure that the black king cannot get home into defense. So, yeah, well, we're going to have to, what's the expression? Buckle in? No, buckle up. We have to get ready for a long game here, because this end game is going to last for quite a while still. Buckle down. Hunker down. That feels more properly. Hammer down. Hammer is down on energy, if nothing else. Andrea does go pawn to b4. That's the move I wanted her to make. Chase the knight away from its good positioning. Just get the pawns closer to becoming a new queen, and then get the king involved ASAP. I think Andrea could still win this. It's going to be tough, but it's definitely possible. Tea time? Break time, if nothing else. We've got a long end game ahead. I'm going to go get some reinforcing snacks. We're going to get Alexandra on the phone at some point too. So already I can warn Vila that you're going to want to look into the layout we used yesterday with the 2 boards, and Andrea on Alexandra on the call. Yeah, and Sepper is reminding me that we are looking for more play testers for the chess video game Alexandra is working on. It is chess themed, but market research has shown that it's more popular among RTS players, real-time strategy players, than it is among chess players. And it's RTS, PvP, Battle Royale, all the buzzwords. But if this sounds interesting to you, you can sign up to test the game. There's a link pinned in chat for how to sign on. Knight to e6 have been played, and my hope is that when I return, Andrea's pawn will be 2 steps closer to being a queen. I'm not seeing a pawn on c4. What I am seeing is a Andrea in deep thought, still thinking about her next move. But it's all about getting the king into the game. And the reason we don't want to move the king in immediately is because the knight has this d5 square under control, d4. So it's better for us to try and get the king to the e4 square and simultaneously get our pawns closer to becoming a new queen. I'm eating dinner and lurking, says Alexandra. Are you gonna come in the next 5 to 10 minutes, or is you eating dinner meaning that we're not gonna hear from you until this game enters another time scramble? C4 played. I'm still kind of thinking Andrea can win this. Her opponent is going to have to spend some time now going after this pawn, and that's going to allow Andrea to really centralize her king. And black should be afraid of the potential for these three white pawns to just overwhelm the two black ones. More like 20. Yeah, okay. We can't guarantee we can fit you in 20. But you eat. It's fine. We heard about the cake buffet you have. Is there a record for time left on a chess clock at the end of your game? I'm sure there is, Gerber. I just don't think Alexandra has a chance. Like, Alexandra having more time than when the game started is incredible, but it definitely has happened in the past. Okay, king to g5. I actually, having thought about this a little bit, I think king g5 is quite a significant mistake. I think he should have used the knight to capture the pawn so that he could still keep his king in the center of the board. But king to g5, using the king to take the pawn really allows Andrea to get her king in the middle without black's king really able to do anything about it. So I think this king move, computer thinks it's fine, but from a practical standpoint, I think this increases Andrea's chance to win the game. And now she should just bring her own king into the middle. Have you gone over this with Andrea to move the king to the middle? I don't think I personally have done that. but someone in her life at some point will have suggested to her that centralizing the king in an endgame is quite the strat. There's absolutely no chance she's not going to do this. Like 100%, she's going to do it. She's just lost her. She started caring a little bit, and that's making her want to check for mistakes. But the Andrea we were promised, she doesn't check for mistakes. She just does it. There's an interesting variation here where Black tries to get the king back. So to prevent White from going king to e5, Black goes king to f6. But here, I think knight to g4 is very powerful. And then after king g5, you sacrifice your knight against the pawn. And then you get your king up against the knight. The knight has to move away. But now the knight is so far away, the king is so far away, that White is guaranteed at least a draw, because you're going to be able to take these two pawns. But probably you're going to win it, because it's so difficult for the knight to stop all three of White's pawns at the same time. Okay, king takes pawn confirmed. And Andrea, don't overthink it. Just move. Get that king to the center. Your knight is well placed. The knight is making sure that the black pawn cannot progress without being captured. And White's king is going to be the hero, trying to go after these black pawns on the queen side. Okay, so far, so good. One step away, but that's definitely going to happen. Black's king is in massive trouble here on the edge. I guess the only thing Black can do that puts some pressure on Andrea is actually king to h4. Because then king to e4 might be a mistake on account of king g3. And the king is chasing the knight and creating space for the pawn to run into. And here White's knight is struggling to sacrifice itself against the pawn, which is our goal. Our only concern in this position is Black's pawn, and we would happily give away our knight against this pawn if it means that we can get our king in against Black's pawns on the opposite side. Why are Andrea's games always so long? They're not, though. But one of the girls have always had a long game. No, that's not even true, because we had a short game on the morning round. Chess takes time, dude. You can't stress it. Longest game Andrea has played? I don't really know. But I don't think this is going to be the record. You have to play like 100 moves for a record. And here there's just... The only games that last 100 moves is when you have rooks that can go back and forth, back and forth. Do you have a green screen or are you streaming from heaven? Wow. No, it's just my apartment walls with a very nice light shade of blue. There was a morning round today? No, the morning round was on Sunday. But that morning round, both girls finished pretty early. Do you know either of the two Norwegians who streamed chess for 61 hours? Uh, yeah, Norway is not that big of a country. I don't know what. Yeah, no. Yes, of course I know them. Are you guys cashless in Norway? Yes. I played a tournament in the US like 2, 3 years ago. It was incredible. They wanted to pay me with a check as a cashier's check. I was like, what am I gonna do with this? Well, first I was like, what is this? Considering the US is the home to all the major tech companies, it's really incredible where you are on the tech development scale. You know all 5 million Norwegians? No, but I have a reasonable idea about the ones with chess titles and who does chess events and such things. Come on, Hammer, you're not a zoomer. That's what a zoomer would say. You're mistaken here. You think that's a zoomer thing to say because you assume that everyone who's older than a certain age is well acquainted with the checkbook and whatnot. But you're mistaking age and place. I'm European. We stopped having checkbooks 30 years ago. My generation doesn't really know what it is. We have credit cards, electronic payment. It's not cash, it's not money, it's like a number in the sky. But we have a lot of trust in our society. It's not that I'm a zoomer, it's that I'm European. Germany still uses fax machines? Really? Well, at least they got rid of the checkbooks. France is still doing checks in many places. Really? Okay, I'm Scandinavian then. It's still a place over age kind of thing. I'm a bit concerned about Andrea. This king to h4 move was very good. And it makes it more difficult for Andrea to sacrifice her knight against the pawn. Andrea should seriously consider going, instead of king to e4, she should go king to e3 now. And the idea is that after h5, she can try to do something like, she can do pawn c5. Oh, damn it. Okay, she can do knight to e4. And then if the king moves to create space for the pawn, now she can give the check and sacrifice and then move the king up. And it's not the best version of our sacrifice, but I think it's still going to do the trick. And it's going to be a bit awkward for black to deal with the white king coming in. If the knight moves, then boom. This is massive problem. Okay, computer says you can save this somehow, but it feels difficult to me. Seriously, this is a draw? Okay, you have knight a5 maybe, but that's a ridiculous save. Like if this is the kind of thing you have to depend upon to get the draw, it's a really good I'll just do the, if you get a queen, it's a check. And yeah, if this is the kind of thing you have to rely on to make the draw there, then this is still pretty good. Andrea just needs to figure out a way to sacrifice her knight against a pawn. The nightmare here is if you get a situation like here where the pawn is progressing forward and you're unable to give up you're trying to give up your knight against the pawn, but the pawn kind of escapes. That would be the nightmare scenario. So number one priority, trade knight for pawn. It's not easy to do, but if you manage it, you're gonna have reasonable chances to win the game. King to e3 on the board. Sensible play from Andrea. Black should play h5 now, I think. Maybe king g3. King g3 check. But then king back and we push the pawn. And now if pawn to h5, we can sacrifice and then move the king up. It's very important that Andrea realizes she should sacrifice. Normally, that's not an issue with her. But we still can't take it for granted. Clocks are bugged. Oh, yeah. The relay broke down again. But Andrea is not that far behind on the clock. 17 minutes, 35 against 21. 0-6-5-4. Do you think she's trying to win this game? I think so. She's 300 points higher rated than her opponent. I mean, obviously she knows he's better than his rating, but still. Didn't she have winning chances earlier? Yeah, she had a 3-move combination to win the game. But she only had like one chance. In general, her opponent has defended very, very well. Can you show it? Nah, we're not rehashing the past now. Do you capture it? Or do you let it slip? She let it slip so far. But she could get a second chance. She's nervous, but on the surface, you know, she looks calm and ready. Good job, chat, says Alexandra. No good job to me. Only concerts I ever went to were classical ones. And yet they take it for granted. I know all the rap lyrics. Typical. How much do you know? Let's hear it. Can you give me like the first word? Like, we've been saying so much now, but palms sweaty, knees weak, arms spaghetti. She's nervous. He's nervous, sorry. But on the surface, he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. Like he's to drop bombs. Do. Arm spaghetti? Okay, I don't know that part. Arm spaghetti. To drop bombs. But she's doing the do. So we go down, the do down, the down. Do. I don't know. I just know the inflections apparently. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so wild. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking now. Speaking of. He's choking now. He choked for a little bit. I choked for a little bit. It shouldn't. What he wrote down, the whole crowd goes so wild. Yeah, I don't know. Turns out maybe I don't know. I thought I knew more than I did. I would do better if I was allowed to check the lyrics. Okay, I'm going to check the lyrics and I'm going to actually do it. The problem is everyone says that Hammer is best in 1.5x on YouTube. And to think that I then can rap is a bit, yeah. It's not going to be, let's do the move first. King G3. Okay, Andrea's going to go knight E4. And honestly, I have no idea where this kid is going to put the king. Because if the king moves forward, then Andrea wins. Knight F6, she's stopping the pawn, and then she'll be able to bring the king in. So he has to go back. But now, anytime he goes H5, Andrea will be able to give a check. So here, if Andrea just like pushes a pawn, the kid is gonna have to go h5 and then check, sacrifice, and then bring the king up. If Andrea realizes she needs to sacrifice the knight on the pawn, she's pretty close to winning this, I think. This is very tricky for black to defend, and white's plan is so easy. And white doesn't really risk much because there's no chance both of these pawns are going to survive. Yeah, technically black has a knight against a pawn, but the knight cannot become a new queen, and the pawns can. And white's king has a head start. Okay. Knight e4 is on the board. I'm genuinely not sure where he's going to put the king. Okay, look. If you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it? This is like a slam reading. I need the beat. I can't do the beat. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit. Yeah, no, I can't rap. I can't do English. This is not my language. I can't rap in Norwegian either, for that sake. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous. But on the surface, he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on. Yeah, no, also, the lyrics, I'm reading them. I'm not going into the beat. I'm actually enunciating the words. That you can't do that. It's actually better with every take. I don't know. I thought the first one there at some moment when I got really into the beat, I thought that was really, really good. Hammer opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. That's my problem. Okay, King G4 is played. It's very important Andrea does not give this check now. She needs to wait until the pawn comes here. Because if she gives the check now, the king will push the knight away, and then the pawn is free to just push. So you need to make sure to wait for the pawn, and then you can go for the sacrifice. Could you try the Norwegian part Carlson was rapping? No, but I don't think Magnus was the greatest either. I want that on the record. That was like an 800 ELO flow. It's tricky rapping in a language that's not your own. But it doesn't help that I don't have the music. I can actually turn on the music because I don't have the... You guys can't hear the music anyway. Lose yourself, music only. I would like Andrea to go with some pawns forward. That's my hope. This is weird, you guys not hearing the music. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. He's nervous, but on the surface, he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking how? Everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Tops up over blow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes. Fuck it. I can't do this. This is dumb enough. I already did too much. Oh, this is going to be some kind of a short, isn't it? Let's focus on the chess. I'm better with the chess. That was embarrassing. Oh, imagine how I felt. Thank you, Tony, for the 5 gifted. This is how we gotta work the end games. Chess is so boring, so sleep-inducing, that we're gonna have people doing what they can't do to entertain us instead of having to watch chess moves. Alexandra probably celebrating how she talked Hammer into doing this. But the thing about Lose Yourself, it's so good. And like, it's so catchy. And how can you not kind of... But I think it would probably help me if I was a native English speaker. Like, I stumble so many words and it messes up your rhythm and your confidence. I like Ham and M. Yeah. That's going to be my rapper name. Ham. My logo is just going to be a hammer hitting into a big, big bone of ham. H&M, yeah. Famous. Not sure how he can do the instrumentals without getting the YouTube video broken, Grumpy. Are you saying that my singing was not enough for YouTube to do a music rights violation? Are you saying you don't think the automatic things are going to catch that Lose Yourself was being broadcasted on the channel? Knight F2 is quite a big mistake, unfortunately, from Andrea. It's actually a huge mistake. Because when she had the knight here, she was making sure that the pawn could not progress. And if the king went back, she would always have, well, she would even have this, the ability to attack both the king and the pawn on b7. But the problem with knight to f2 is that, number one, she's not guaranteeing herself that the knight will be able to sacrifice itself against the pawn. But also now the black king can step back and prevent Andrea from moving her own king up. I guess she can go back here. Yeah, actually, this is fine. She can still go back. She can correct her mistake. But there's a chance her opponent is going to go king e5 and then knight f4. And then the problem becomes that the knight is helping the pawn while the king is making sure that white's king cannot move forward. Oh, Andrea's opponent went king g3. So he's going back, trying to get the draw. But now Andrea gets another shot at the win if she returns and then pushes the pawn. But all of this is dependent on Andrea realizing that she needs to try and sacrifice the knight against the pawn. He wants a draw. I mean, it's not so strange he wants a draw, though. He's been under pressure the whole game, and he's playing an opponent 300 points higher rated. Oh, she just made the draw. Okay. GG's. Ooh, she's trying to explain something. I didn't quite catch that. Andrea was also down on time, which I think affected her decision making. She was saying bing bang bomb, bing bang bang. More likely she was saying bang bang bang, but okay. Something with two pawns. She did sacrifice a pawn at some point, right? Yeah, now they're talking about how he brought his king into the game and how Andrea was able to steal that pawn off him. They're probably one of the last games to finish because otherwise you usually can't talk this much with other games going on. We need a mic. Yeah. It's actually become a thing at the top tier tournaments. Oh yeah, look. Oh, the arbiter is giving them a warning now. They're talking too much. That was the international shut the fuck up sign. She lost like 7 rating with this draw. Yeah, it's tough making draws against the lower rateds. But this guy had beaten 1,800 rated players 2 games in a row. And it's not like Andrea played a bad game. She had a winning position. She just wasn't able to capitalize on it because it was like she had needed to make one move, one big sacrifice, and she couldn't find it. What about Alexandra? Did she not talk after her win? Yeah, let's call Alexandra, and then while we're talking to Alexandra, maybe we'll get Andrea as well. He played better than his current rating. He played way, way better than his current rating. Honestly, I feel like Andrea played a good game. You have to be a bit more kind of, I don't want to be too results oriented. It's more
Hello.
about did you play a good game, and she did. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you. Did you like my game?
Um, mm,
No.
uh, I like the result.
What did you not like?
Um, well, I mean, since you're on a 19 game unbeaten streak, then I feel like it's okay to kind of no, but it was fine. No, I thought it was good, but like there's some very minor things. Like I'm not hugely impressed with you giving away a bishop, but you had a plan with it, so it's fine.
I did have a plan.
Um, yeah, no, I this is kind of the second white game in a row when you're putting all your pawns on the light squares and you're sitting there with a light squared bishop remaining. And I'm just a little bit concerned of your aesthetic sense.
Okay, but really, you're telling me his pawn structure is winning a beauty contest here with d6 and double pawns?
Well, he didn't need to get the doubled pawns though. He could have gone king g7 instead of capturing your knight.
Look, I'm just saying it's not like it's like a competition of whose pawns are worse, and I thought mine were better and that I could get the bishop out. I'm not saying it's great, but
Yeah. No, and it worked very nicely. And you're playing super fast, and I'm like, I'm a bit of a perfectionist, but at the same time, I don't feel like I can criticize the fast play when it's working so incredibly well, right? You're making a lot of like little mistakes. I'm a bit nervous that those mistakes will be punished harder by like your 2200 rated players. But for like the people you're playing against now, it's working so beautifully. And like this guy was rated the same as you. Like it's a big
he's
win.
1970. He's a 1900. I'm a 2000. We are not the same. I'm just saying.
May is calling and wants their numbers back.
Yeah, and June is calling, and what's that? That's there's no time like the president. The poor judging the poor. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What? I have a 2 in my rating. He doesn't. I'm just speaking facts.
Sure, but I'm also speaking facts that this is minimum 9 points won because you are,
Okay.
despite in different brackets, somewhat close according to the mathematicians of the chess rating system.
No, that's fair.
So
Cutie
it
Joe
means
said,
you're closer to 2100 to the next bracket.
I'm not yet, but it would be cool if I got there.
Closer, I said, but
Did I miss anything big? Should we review a little bit?
no, I don't think you missed anything big.
I thought my endgame play was good.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, you could have gone for. No, in general, it was excellent. Oh, you went bishop d3. Yeah, so one thing I was concerned about was that after bishop d3, he has f4.
And then I have to play something like b3 and reposition the bishop, right?
Yeah, you probably have to go b3, but I'm so nervous that he's going to get his king to e5. But actually, now that I think about it, I guess he's not able to do that because you have this e5 move yourself with the pin.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he didn't. I thought I would just end up winning a pawn back in these kinds of variations.
Yeah, I don't think it's that easy. But I just in general, I think you need to be a bit more on the lookout for. We've talked about this a lot, right? But I'm just gonna, because I do feel like it's a repetitive pattern, and even if it wasn't exactly right here, it's good to be just aware of pawn to f4 creates an incredible outpost on e5. So if he manages to get his king here, he's going to have a big advantage. But then it does look like, you're right, that he doesn't get the king up there, but you still need to be very attentive to these kind of situations. When you have all your pawns on the light squares, you need to have, normally, you need to have your bishop on the opposite color to your pawn so that the bishop is controlling one color and the pawns are controlling the opposite one. And I'm it's working very well, but I'm a little concerned that at some point it's gonna bite you in the ass that that you're too comfortable playing with your pawns on the same color as your bishop. And this only applies when you just have one bishop remaining.
That's fair. Again, here I thought it was fine because of the d6 pawn, but I get that it's generally a problem and that I've been overlooking it.
Yeah. But him taking on e4, like that was so huge for you. It lets you activate your pieces and you get a clear weakness to play against. And yeah, I'm trying to remember. I thought you did this phase very well. I mean, you got a bit too obsessed maybe with the rook to e1, trying to prevent his king from getting in.
Well, he was also really short on time.
Yeah. What's the argument there? That it doesn't matter what you did because he was short on time?
I think it's an annoying plan for him.
Yeah. No, I think it was a good game. You won it, and you were always better throughout. And I don't have like massive notes. The only notes I have are like minor kind of adjustments. You didn't make any mistakes, as far as I know.
G4 or mistake?
Well, G4 I didn't like, no.
I know G4 is bad for the endgame. I don't want to be doing that to my pawns. And you didn't like that.
I thought H3 was absolutely horrible. Now that you're reminding me of the pawn moves. Yeah, H3. So the argument I made with the H3 thing is that when you play H3, previously your opponent's king had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps to take the pawn. But when you play pawn to H3, you put your pawn one step closer. So now it's only 5 steps for the opponent to take it. And also you put both your pawns on the same rank. So there's potential for your opponent to, like, if you have to sacrifice your pawns on the right side to get your passed pawns forward on the opposite side, then it's bad that your pawns are so easy to capture one after another.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking something along the lines of, in that position, I thought his rook had, he had some options with getting his rook on like c1 and going after my pawns. And I thought if it was on h3, it would be a little bit more work to get his rook back after he takes it. But I see why you do not like h3, even if I felt it made sense at the moment.
Yeah. And also you had some opportunities when he went rook e8. You could have traded the rooks and then gone rook c2. Which would have been brilliant, because he can't really afford to go into the pawn endgame, I think.
No, he can't, because I have the outside pass pawn, but can he play rook b6 or something? Then I get
rook b6, you get rook c7, which just feels like such an accomplishment. So I feel like he probably has to allow the trade, but it's number one, with his time situation, it's incredibly difficult to figure out. And like strategically, it should be winning for you, right? With the outside
I thought this is winning.
Yeah. So it was a very interesting moment. That kind of like you move away from you had such an obvious plan of targeting the d6 pawn, but then one of your best plans would be to just go for the trades. And then
No,
because he can't afford the trade, you actually get to invade.
well, that's why I was kind of baiting something like rook c3 because then I could trade at least one rook in that. But yeah, I see.
Oh,
What
had you seen that?
Yeah, I was planning to trade off the rooks if he did that.
Ah. Yeah, no, that was good. So we were kind of cheering for this rook to c2, and we were kind of cheering when he played rook c3, because then you didn't really have a choice but to go for the winning endgame. No,
Yeah,
it was good.
Yay. Do the guy from Sweden or Norway, I don't remember. That guy killed is knight and king and rook versus king and knight a draw?
Wait, what are you saying?
Is king and rook versus king and knight a draw?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So Eric, the guy from Sweden or Norway with the perfect score, he's been just killing everyone.
In the A group?
Yeah, in my group, Adam Olmerson from, I think he's Norwegian. No, he's from Iceland. My bad.
He's
Yeah, 'cause
Icelandic.
he has the sun in there. He's gaining 46 FIDE
Also,
points.
hello.
Hey, Andrea.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Hi, I've been patiently waiting. I definitely threw a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. Let me grab my camera right now. But I'm ready to, I definitely have a lot of questions for you, Hammer.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't really have
No, why
much
is my
to say
Wi-Fi so
to
bad? 1
Alexandra
second.
because frankly, she played a good game. There's not too much to say. There's a lot more that went on in Andrea's game.
Before I leave, I just want to confirm. Someone in chat said you called me the Magnus Carlsen of beating under 2000s. Is that true?
I said that right now you're playing as a perfect blend of Nepomniachtchi and Carlsen. I said your end games are Carlsen-esque and your time management is Nepo-like.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, feels good, man. All right, Andrea, I'll let you commentate with Hammer. Also, Hammer, today's your last day, right?
Yeah.
Badge. Okay, let me log on off my computer. 1 second.
Where's your
I'll let
camera?
you guys. I'm swapping to my laptop because my phone is 1 second.
I know, chat. No, I mean, I wish we could have Hammer for longer, but Hammer has things to do. So
Hammer has already neglected the things he needed to do this week.
no, that's fair. Chat, don't forget to thank Hammer. We'll try to get him again whenever he's available. Like, I'm even okay with the tea breaks now.
Oh, really? Because I called
guess.
your play Carlsen-esque.
You can take 2 breaks if you need for tea. Oh man, look how sad chat is to see you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
I took a break
Yeah.
in the middle of Andrea's time scramble to go find my books on Rook End games.
Wait, you brought your Rook Endgame book?
Well, I mean, I am at home, so I found it in my bookcase.
Wait, what is chat saying? Chat has some good quotes. Okay, well, Hammer, thank you so much for doing commentary. I'll let you talk with Andrea.
Alex, I need 1 more second. My audio's broken.
Andrea, the dinner was really good today. They had cabbage rolls.
No, I'm at dinner. I've got a bowl of. Okay, I was trying to connect my earbuds, but I don't know how. Wait. Okay, whatever. I guess everyone dinner is gonna hear it. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, bye, chat.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep my voice down. I'm just gonna be quiet. Hello, chat. we're not eating today. Dinner closes in 15, so I got a good plate of veggies, and I'm gonna get some chicken after this, and this is the only dinner I deserve. Hello?
Are you unhappy with the game?
I'm not unhappy, but I'm not happy about it. Oh, there's no
I mean,
chicken.
you can be unhappy about the result, but I think you played pretty well.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, okay,
He played
Um,
incredibly well.
really?
Yeah, I think so. He defended very, very well in the complications.
Was E4 a mistake?
Yes.
Ah, shit. Yeah, I knew E4 was the plan in the Jobava, so I was trying to play my ideas.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to play the position.
So was I just supposed to take and just not push?
Take queen g6 and you're winning.
Oh man.
So the point is, after queen g6, you're threatening his queen and you're threatening the pawn. He has to agree to the queen trade. But then you get in, attack his rook. He tries to centralize. He tries to go pawn e5. But you just prevent that with pawn to f4. And your knight is limiting his pieces so well. And then you just put all your rooks towards the g7 pawn. And there's really nothing he can do to save that pawn in the long run.
They're taking away the chicken. Uh-oh. It's okay. I didn't get any chicken yet.
No, but run and get it then.
Sorry. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna go get the chicken. Okay, stay right there. Okay, 1 second.
She's afraid of the awkward silences, but as chat will attest to, I have no such qualms. It's fish, not chicken. Well, I mean, I think she'll survive. Don't tell her. You don't think she's going to notice that it's not chicken? Does she not eat fish? Never seen her eat fried fish?
Okay, I stocked up. Okay, I just realized it's also very quiet in here. Okay, I have my dinner plates. Okay, now we can chess.
Yes.
They have, okay, yes, chess. Okay, well, apparently it's fish, not chicken, and I'm not gonna lie, it looks kind of spicy, and I don't know what it is. But okay, I'll taste it after we're done with our analysis.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so I guess my main mistake here, whenever I like have a plan that I already know about in a position, I just automatically think it's the best. And so I knew that the theme and the key ideas were to go to g6, e4, but I also completely missed queen f6. I thought he'd have to go like f6, and then that he'd just have a weak pawn structure, and that if he goes,
that would be huge for you.
Yeah, and then if he goes knight f6, then I just completely missed queen f6, to be honest.
Yeah, but it was still super tricky. So knight to e2 was a good move. Pawn to e5 was a good move. And then queen to c3 was excellent.
Okay. Oh, and what about knight? Okay, knight t5. So for the reason I calculated so long is because I was expecting him to sack the rook and then go knight b4 and play 2 pawns, and then I'd have to force the queen trade. And then we go in the end game where I'm like kind of down a pawn, but he has a bad pawn structure. So I was expecting like rook takes d5, rook takes knight g4, and then queen takes e5, and then
wait,
no.
I need to look
B4,
here.
B4.
Like
Knight
you're
B4,
attacking the knight.
Knight b4. Sorry, I have delay.
Wait, knight b4. Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, I know. And now I have to do queen takes e5, and then
wait, no. Do you? I mean, maybe you're right, but let me think about this for a little.
Hammer didn't see this. I thought I was sure you would have seen it. Also, chat, they have sarmale, which is a Romanian food, and I guess they have it in Poland too. It was my childhood food. They're cabbage rolls. Nom nom nom.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, take on e5. No, computer
Yeah.
doesn't like that.
Oh, I wonder what I should have done then. I mean, it's not. How else? What else do you do then?
Well, rook a5, I guess it's an
Oh yeah, rook
option.
a5 was the second move I was considering, but that one looks. Yeah, rook a5. I was gonna think
But
on it
then
more,
you're
but
threatening both knights at the same time, right?
yeah, but
But everything is
so if
hanging
queen
here.
takes on. Yeah, but okay. Here I had queen takes on f3. I think with tempo. No, 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 no. Oh, that's not it.
My gosh,
Okay, there was
everything
something
is
I was.
under attack.
Okay, there was something I was afraid of if I went rook a5, but not this move. Maybe it was knight takes. Wait, what about knight takes f3? Yeah, this is no, this is winning. I calculated this.
No, but
maybe
then we
knight.
take this one.
Yeah, okay, there was a move, but my brain, I don't remember. Now that I have food, I forgot all the chess. But I was looking really deep into this line, and I was pretty sure he was gonna sack, but then he did it.
Yeah, no, I also thought he was going to sack, but with a different justification.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he was just going to sack and then take something like here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Now take on f3, yeah, and now like it's, yeah, I mean, Eval says it's even. Like Kira was stressed, but I guess all of this was forced, and this is all because of e4. So I had no choice here.
Yeah, yeah. No, you spent a lot of, I was surprised you spent so much time on knight d5, but I was never really, it's more about, you were calculating moves ahead, but you were not calculating other moves in this position, correct?
No, I calculated I calculated knight h5, I calculated take on e4, I calculated take on f7, and I thought that this gave me the best chances. And then I thought going into the end game, even though it's an even end game, the one I calculated where trade queens, they have like a slightly worse pawn structure, so I thought I'd have the best chances, but I didn't think I had anything else.
I'm impressed with your calculations with knight to b4, but I do think that from a practical standpoint, it should have been a lot easier to eliminate the other options and just go knight d5.
Yeah.
Not because it was like, not because you had a big justification, but just because every other move is bad.
Everything is bad. Yeah, I realized. No, I like when I'm.
If you take this pawn, then you're down a pawn. If you go for
exactly. I had the exact same thought process. I just wanted to double check that, like after knight. The only reason I spent so much time is because I had to calculate. I honestly forgot to look at rook a5, and I thought that after knight b4, I had to be 100% sure that I'm not going into a worse endgame, because if it was worse, then maybe I would just keep the queens on the board and give the pawn. But there was no rook a5, so yeah, like but I was just honestly too comfortable because I was also up on time and whatnot.
Yeah, no, but it's fine. And he defended well here, I thought. Queen e6 was very good, probably the best under the circumstances. Well, queen e8 he had to play. But here, after takes, queen f7 was only move. If you take with a knight, there was some very bad
I have
thing
some nice
happening.
tricks. Yeah, I was hoping.
I don't remember
with the knight. It
precisely
had
what.
to do. Oh, knight g6, knight g6.
Oh yeah, knight g6. Yeah, that was very good.
That was my plan. Yeah. So then I'm curious. Okay, so after
he defended super well here.
Yeah.
And then taking on d5 was a mistake from him, but like, what are you gonna do? You defended so well for so long, and then it's not even a big mistake. It's just, you're still alive as black.
I'm guessing. Okay.
All of this was very good. All of this was excellent.
I think up until takes. Okay, here after rook takes, I was debating rook f1 or queen check. But I mean, okay, it just sucks because I knew I was still winning, and somehow I just missed.
Yeah.
I missed the queen
no,
trade.
it's just an idea. Like here, knight b6 is winning, and it's like when you see it, you see it, and if you don't see it,
but I looked at it. No. But I calculate this. This was my. I looked at this for so long, but it doesn't. I didn't have enough checks, and then you take the rook, and then I calculated this. Oh, that's so upsetting.
It's just a 4 double attack.
Oh shit! You go to d3, duh. Oh no.
You were so focused on the king, probably.
Yeah, I was looking at queen d6 and rook d1, and then initially I was looking at queen b8, and I realized oh my goodness. Oh, that's so annoying. I literally that was the reason I went queen g3, queen g3, because I felt like I had some tricks here. And then after looking at this, I just missed. Oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah.
That was like what I was cooking up. Like I was calculating this like before he took on d4, and
Yeah.
like in my calculations, I had queen b8, then I was free queen, so then I ditched the idea. But I was like looking at this for like 30 minutes, which is so sad that I didn't get it.
Yeah, but it was close.
And then I'm guessing just after missing this, it's just like not winning anymore.
Yeah, it's not winning anymore. But
Okay. I didn't. Okay.
but you were winning afterwards with
Oh,
to be honest, I don't remember. Well, not winning, but you were better,
Well,
right? When
no,
you
I
managed
shouldn't
to
have went-
steal
yeah.
that pawn.
yeah. And then I went rook f1, and then I
Rook
screwed myself.
f1 was awful.
Yeah, I thought I didn't realize the king could go up. I thought either he'd have to go to the side, and then I'd have checks to get out of it, and then he just moves one square up. And I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
I was just stupid.
But I want to just show something quick in the end game, because I feel like you could have played for the win when you made the draw. But it's very dependent on you understanding the right idea. So I just thought I'll mention the idea to you.
Yeah, no, I'd love to see. I had a ton of ideas, but I thought they were all too risky. Like there was a lot of ways. Obviously, if I like, okay, I could attack the pawn on b2 right away.
So here, instead of rook f1, you
Oh.
can go rook g4.
Oh, here.
Just gonna put that up there.
Oh, you mean before the knight endgame? Gotcha.
No, this is just me getting to the knight endgame.
Yeah, no, I mean this was really clear. This was just really silly. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah. Well, it's because you moved the rook past that square on the previous move. So it feels weird. It feels like you're kind of undoing your previous move, but the circumstances have changed because there's no longer the background checkmate.
No, it was good. That was my plan. I just forgot the king could go to f7, and I thought like, okay, now I'm threatening checks, and the only way to get out of it is to go to the e file or the g file, and I just forgot about f7. But rook g4 was really logical, and that was my initial plan. And then I got too excited because then I started trying to play for tricks, and that's why it all went to poop.
Yeah. But yeah, b4 was good, c4 was good, king g5. I thought this was a mistake by him because now he's giving you some hope of centralizing your king.
Yeah, but it doesn't go anywhere.
But king h4 was good though. King h4, that was his only real choice there.
Yeah, no, there was nothing.
Well, I'm not sure there was nothing. So after knight e4, king g4, I really wanted you to play a4.
Oh, yeah, a4 to try to go a5, a6 later.
Well, I just want the pawns higher up on the board. I basically just want to see what is black going to do next. Because the only thing I'm really scared about is black using their king in the center to prevent the white king from moving up.
Yeah, I guess, like, okay, I was looking at this and I was like, okay, realistically, there's no way I was more worried that I'd end up making a mistake, but like the only way that I could break through there is if I use my knight to attack the pawns, and anytime I bring the knight, then I'm too slow to stop the pawn. So like,
yeah,
let's say they go h5.
You can't do that. You need to use the king. So this is what I was talking about how you needed to realize the plan, and without realizing the plan, you can't really go for the win. The idea here is that after h5, you just sacrifice your knight.
I considered it, but I thought the 2 pawns versus 3 pawns, and I looked at this, and I looked at this idea, and I was like, the knight's obviously gonna stop my king.
Well, the knight
Maybe
is a really bad piece at controlling the square next to it.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
So in order for a knight to move to a square next to it, it has to do a minimum of 3 moves.
Yeah, no, there's no way I could lose. I was afraid that if I sacked, somehow I would lose my pawns and lose the game, so I didn't want to risk it.
Yeah.
But this is interesting. How does black even defend?
Through a miracle, in my opinion.
Oh, man. I should have went.
I think this is like really, really dangerous for black. I'm sure you can defend, but it's like it's putting so much pressure on an opponent and getting into the time scramble.
No,
it felt like a good chance.
Yeah, I looked at the sack, and then I didn't see that my king is going to come so clearly to b8. I only thought, like, I saw this position that you just had before you went back. And then I was like, okay, well, how do I break through? Like, I can't go a5, a6 and try to push, and the knight's stopping me. And I just didn't. The truth is, like, I saw this, but I didn't think about bringing the king to b8. And if I did, then I probably would have done it, because I was just afraid that if my king deserts the center, then the knight is going to come start attacking my pawns, and somehow I'm going to lose my pawn.
Yeah. No, I mean, the only thing I'm concerned about is the black king making it back in time, but you just barely get the king around, and then the king cannot control this square, right? Because it needs to keep defending the knight.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
black is really stuck with these pieces, because if the knight moves, then you get in.
Gotcha. Yeah, I should have went for this.
But I mean, it's definitely still a draw, but like
I was afraid to risk it and lose. So, yeah. But I should have at least tried.
yeah, I don't know.
I think it was worth a try.
It was
'cause
the best.
Time pressure.
Yeah.
He was missing things. My side of my layer are cold, so I'm gonna eat them
Yeah.
now.
But when you go knight f2, you are in big trouble here if he goes king f5. So the thing about knight f2 is that you're doing nothing to stop his pawn, and at the same time you've allowed his king to return
King
into the
f3?
middle so that he's stopping what?
King f3.
King f3, h5?
Yeah, but where's your pawn going? Now I can go a4.
Well, it's not about my pawn, it's about my king. I've prevented your king from getting through the center, and now I'm going to use my king to get through
You're closing.
your center.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, all my food is cold and they're closing, so I'm gonna try to eat really quick and maybe get hot food instead. But yeah, they're closing at 9.
Okay.
Can you? Okay, all right. I need to look at this end game one more time, but food's more important right now. Priorities.
Yes.
Okay. All right, chat. Well, I'm
See
going
you.
to.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. We'll miss you, Hammer. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. here, and they always close at 9. I'm gonna eat the fish, even though it's cold. Okay, wait, quick fish taste test. But now all my food is cold, so now I have to go get it again, which is, I'm gonna feel. This is not fish. What is this? Oh. Okay. I don't like this.
Do you eat fish?
It's not fish. I got baited. It's not chicken either. It's not even meat. I don't know what I got. Okay, I'm gonna go get some other food. All right, chat. See you tomorrow. We'll be back. And Hammer, we're gonna miss you. And see you guys later.
Bye.
I need to. Okay, bye.
By the way, that was definitely fish for what it's worth, but maybe they don't have fish in the US. I don't know. Okay. We're gonna send the raid. For those of you wanting more gaming, make sure to sign up for the beta testing. Alexandra's a new game development company are looking for beta testers for their PvP game. RTS, I know all the expressions. Real-time strategy, battle royale, player versus player. See the link in the chat right now, ! Play test. I'm sure you'll get some reminders during the rest of the week, but the rest of the week is going to have to be without me. I need to prepare a bit for the Norwegian Championship, but I expect all of you to be nice to my replacement. And if I see anyone going, oh, Hammer is much, much better, I'm not going to take that as a compliment. I will talk to my friends, the mods, and I will tell them to ban people for being rude to the current host. Respect the current host, people, like you've, well, disrespected me. I guess you don't really respect the host anyway, do you? I'm talking to a wall. Speaking of walls, the ugly wall, 4.5 points out of 5. Andrea with 3.5 points out of 4. It's going to be exciting. See you around.